Everyone. Happy Sunday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway is we will be doing a giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. The other giveaway we will be doing today is a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Before we begin, I am going to be doing a brief recap and seeing what we've been giving you guys a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. But first and foremost, how are you doing right now? You know, I want to talk to you guys a little bit about this energy because, and I'm going to tell you right now, like absolutely, honestly, one of the things with, and I think that this is really important to navigate because I feel like there's a lot of this, one of the things we want to avoid when it comes to doing like work, energetic work, is feeling like we have to kind of navigate each and every astrological cycle with open arms. If this has just been like an eclipse that you've just been feeling like the space of navigating and taking care of the self has to be prioritized, I want to stress this. That is okay, because there's something very unique about the eclipse cycle that we just went through that really, like, the solution to a lot of the work is prioritizing care and compassion of the self. And if you've been following along, you probably recognize why. But for those who are joining us for the first time, I'm going to do my best to again kind of summarize what we've been experiencing over the last few weeks. Now, one of the things I like to bring up is that eclipse cycles do not create things that are not there. I like to describe eclipse cycles as like the volume knob, right? It's like they take the volume of something and they pump it up, right? It amplifies. They're amplifiers. Now, typically, sometimes they can feel like launch pads. Sometimes they can feel like springboards. But the reason that this one may be creating more of a space that it's feeling harder to find compassion for the self is because we entered this particular eclipse cycle at a discordant note. We had the Venus in retrograde cycle occurring, which makes everything look or feel much worse than it is. We've got a lot of that Mercury retrograde cycle that started right at the beginning of the lunar eclipse that we had a few weeks ago, which makes everything start falling apart. Now, again, these processes, they're always there to kind of help us through something. But, there's a severity that we can often experience with the combination force of the energy of the Venus in retrograde cycle in combination with that Mercury retrograde that can feel like a lot of being very hard on the self, right? Now, at the same time, working through the fact that this was a very interesting solar eclipse as well, because there was something about partiality, right? There's something about navigating and working through the space of the solar eclipse cycle as it relates to the fact that it does feel like it was like, I like to create. It's interesting because it wasn't a total solar eclipse. It's like an impartial eclipse, but that's what's important about it, right? Because we've been talking a lot about the fact that a lot of the work that we had to navigate through this eclipse cycle has to be in working through the feeling or the perception of perfection. Now, what is a lot of the lessons that we've had to navigate during those eclipse cycles? Perfect, right? Perfect is not a location, right? Perfect is not something that we can chart on a map. Perfect is a cardinal direction. It is something that we reach for, it is something that we aspire to. And being able, and when we're able to do that, we can often start to heal from the space that requires us to be energetically perfect. And now, does that mean, now this is really important, does that mean that we just stop trying to be perfect? Absolutely not. On the journey to the higher self, we always are striving for that, right? We're always reaching for that perfected version of self. But what's beautiful about this, and this is what I keep on saying, which is kind of the gift that we received, and the fact that we had that Leo full moon energy prior to entering this eclipse cycle, is when we're striving towards perfection and we start to feel like we're faulty, right? We start to feel like we get too hard on ourselves, that we're failing, right? That sometimes those moments that feel like we're about to go through a breakdown. But the breakthrough often comes in those spaces of giving ourselves compassion, in that moment that allows ourselves to hold ourselves to a certain extent. Because when we hold ourselves gently in that fashion, when we're able to recognize and identify that often feeling like you are failing is like, that is the feeling of excelling, right? Because you're holding yourself to a standard. We're almost recognizing and identifying that there's something beautiful that is occurring during this eclipse cycle, and it has to do with compassion and sacredness of the self in that journey of moving towards the higher self. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where you find yourselves on the frequency cycles. Now, for masculine and feminine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, a lot of this work that we're effectively working through right now, I just keep on seeing that a lot of that space, there were either three different modalities that I was identifying that were coming through right now for energy and separation. And it's hard. It's not easy. There's a space of heaviness there that needs to be taken into consideration, because we keep on seeing that for a lot of the work that we're navigating right now, it feels very much like chariot energy. And the thing with chariot energy is it requires training wheels. It requires that modality of giving oneself grace as you're trying to figure out how to do something, or how you're working on the self. Now, a lot of that work is effectively being defined by the difference between having a lot of feelings about things versus being able to recognize and identify the direction that something is going. Why are we effectively seeing this right now? Because Neptune Neptune has been in the midst of transiting, right? And when Neptune is transiting, there's a lot of work that we start to experience as it relates to emotions, right? Neptune, I like to keep this, like, I like to describe Neptune as the keeper of emotions, right? It's like the ocean. It is understanding and feeling the volume of the things that we feel, and being able to find the process of being able to move them. You know, there's something really beautiful about the messages that we receive with Neptune as it relates to the emotions, because I want you to think a lot about the way the ocean works, right? The ocean, the ocean is a deep place, but it's also it's a very, the way I like to describe it is it's got activity. Like waves allow for the movement of things. And a lot of the lessons that we often navigate when we're going through Neptune cycles is understanding the difference between the emotions that feel like we dwell, right? The emotions that feel like they stagnate us, the emotions that don't feel like they move us anywhere, versus the energy or the emotions that inspire us, that allow for that ability to communicate, that allow for that ability of transportation. Now, what's interesting that's occurring during this particular moment is we've got a little bit of this disparity that's happening between Neptune, that's usually the drag energy. It's a lot of that space of the emotions. It feels like it hangs back. Emotions moving forward, right? And Mercury, the energy that would often be like innovation, like pulling forward, right? A lot of that transportation. Mercury is in retrograde. And it's almost like they're reaching that transit point across the space where Pisces moves into Aries. So the ability to navigate nostalgia, but being able to learn something about the self on the journey of understanding the self, we're going to see that there's a lot of that work here, but it can feel very energetically confusing because, again, when Neptune is on the move, often things are coming back to us as it relates to emotionally, spiritually, or physically. And that's why I keep on hearing that for the energy right now in separation, it's breakthroughs or breakdowns. as I'm as I'm choking up, it's working through and identifying what feels like you are like the depth of the emotions that feel like they are able to convey something forward. The ability to identify and recognize what feels like it is fundamental and what feels like it is important. Understanding that those spaces are what help us define what is a healthy partnership. That ability to see where something is going, the healthy partnerships that provide a sense of direction. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the partnerships that may be forming right now, working through that, new connections where we're able to recognize and identify that space of seeing and recognizing someone that has the same aspiration, that same ideal that we discussed. Remember talking about what perfect is. There's a lot of new energetic connections that are building upon relationship by identifying what is perfect. But, and this is the important thing, also being able to understand that perfect is a cardinal direction, not a destination. Something that we move towards, but that we don't demand from each other, right? And that's what is allowing for a lot of that space that feels like it's fundamental right now, because that ability of giving each other the place or the possibility of being able to disassemble and speak towards the past as well. This is why these energetic connections that are forming right now, I keep on describing them as chariot energy. They're chariot energy because they're slow to assemble. They're slow to come together. You have to think about like when you start to move a chariot, like it needs to build momentum, right? So there's a lot of that space where there's a delicacy, there's a fragility that's occurring there because a lot of those energies in separation are healing from circumstances or situations where the problem in the relationship was not due to a depth of emotion. But when we're not doing enough of the work in partnership to heal, when we're not doing enough of the work in partnership to confront the self and navigate our fears, often our love feels like fear. That brings us to a lot of the energy right now that's deep coming into divine union. Now, a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, again, this may be feeling like a little bit of energetic discomfort right now. I'm not surprised. I'm going to stress these are the same connections that a month ago. These were the warrior partnerships that were coming together a month ago during that Mars retrograde cycle, right? They were like, oh, at the time. And now they're like, because it's the understanding and recognition that a good spiritual path isn't feeling like you're perfect every moment of the day. It's being able to look at the past and identify what you wish you could do better. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, that ability of recognizing, of identifying, doing that work. I keep on hearing consolation and celebration, right? The consolation and being able to look back at the past version of self and see something that you wish to correct, but also recognizing and feeling the sense of catharsis in the present, because the ability to define that is what builds the architecture of being able to find that pathwork for the self, right? Again, it's like training wheels energy. And that's why we keep on identifying that for a lot of the energy moving forward in that way, there could be a lot of this ability of kind of like feeling like you're breaking the illusion of the self to counterpart, telling them about the things about the self that one identifies as things that you desire to correct. Now, are these the energies that are cracking under the weight of that? No, because what is a lot of the message that is coming through for the energy coming into divine union? Whatever gave you the silly idea that you have to be perfect in order to be loved, that love is not a space that demands perfection. It is a space that demands understanding and awareness of the self, because we are able to love better when we understand the self, because that's the understanding, the work that we're trying to bring in within ourselves that helps us move towards a direction of what our aspirations and goals are, right? While for masculine and feminine energy right now, that is deep within divine union. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, a lot of this work that we're potentially working through or experiencing has to do with the space or the place of understanding and building into constancy and determination. There's a lot of that space that I'm almost seeing here that's creating that. I mean, it's interesting too, because I keep on reading that, like, for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, they're already moving through, they're already starting a lot of energy in Taurus, which is like effectively behind Aries, right? And it's having to be like a lot of that space in relationality to determination and consistency, that it isn't like the ability to, like, and it's also interesting too, because it feels like a little bit of Gemini work that's happening there as well. It feels like a combination of Taurus and Gemini messages, because it's based or built upon the fact that when you're working towards a space of looking at love as a constancy point, you don't think about so much of the self so much as what you need to bring forth to something, right? It's about what you're able to give, it's about what you're able to bring to a certain like point. And so that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now in that space, understanding and feeling a lot of that modulation. Like some days it's easy, some days it's hard, some days you have to put in a lot of effort, some days it feels effortless. Like that's often what we see when we start to build into Gemini and Taurus messages, because it's like, what do I need to bring to a situation? It's not about, it doesn't have to be, it doesn't need to feel equal. It's about finding what's within the self to create that point of balance. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where I keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where I keep the photos. You can also find it over as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. But first and foremost, let me know how you're doing right now. Listen, these eclipse cycles, they can feel like they can be very turbulent. So if you're feeling a little energetically exhausted today, that's not surprising. I'm just going to let you guys know that right now. We're also doing 2 contests right now. The first contest we're doing is we will be doing a giveaway when we get to, hold on a minute, when we get to 50K likes. So I wish you a lot of luck as we reach that point. The other giveaway we're doing right now is we'll be doing a giveaway. Hold on a minute. We'll be doing a giveaway for whoever gives the highest gift between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. And hi there, Angie. Welcome, Joey. Morning, Grace. Good to see you, dear. Hi there, little vamp. And trying to not blow up my relationship. Just fine. Give yourself patience right now. I'm telling, but here's the thing. If you are acknowledging that, if you're recognizing it in the self, if you're feeling irritable right now, I can't, I got it. Like Neptune is transiting into Aries right now. Okay. Like, it's gonna burn. It's gonna be like a lot of that. Like, everybody's cranky. Everybody's gonna be in their grumpy pants. Hi there, Bridget. How are you doing today? Hi, love to you as well, Sophia. Welcome, Jacob. How you doing? Thank you for the compliment, Sophia. Kat, I love that. Care and compassion for self. You need to, dude. And I'm telling you right now, like, I'm going to keep on saying this. Now is not the time to be taking things personally. I'm literally saying that to you to try to save you guys from having to get a reading from me. Please don't take things personally during this eclipse cycle. I mean, we're coming out of it now. We're out of the eclipse cycle, but we've always got a little bit of the shadow, like outside of it. Just don't let yourself, just be patient with yourself. Don't let yourself be triggered. You are not a mess. You are a work in progress. Training wheels. Okay. I want you to think about that right now, because a little bit more of working in that space is going to be helpful. Hi there, Kat. It hit me like a train. Glad to move through it. And here's the thing. I need to stress this. The fact that you're articulating upon it and not reacting to it, you're doing half the work. You know, like the fact that you're articulating that it hit you like a train is why you're not feeling like a train wreck, right? Like, again, like, it's working through that space. And thank you, Divinity, for the follow. Hi there, Heather. Spirit, thank you for the follow as well. I know. I love it. Listen, it's all the Aries energy. It's all the Aries energy with Neptune transiting the air. It's too dry right now. Okay, it's too dry. If you're feeling dry right now, yeah, like it's like the desert. It's like it's like ugh. Yes, exactly. And Kimmy, you might need more water right now too. It's all this Aries and all this too much Aries energy, man. It'll get you right in the throat chakra. It's good for your sinuses. you know. Crystal, thank you for the follow. Bimla, I'm happy to read. I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open, but I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Hold on a minute. Welcome. And Kimmy, good morning. And I've been patient with my partner, felt a little wonky, but just trying to trust the process. I mean, listen, that sounds to me like you're in the divine, deep within divine union, which is, again, I'm going to tell you right now, like Taurus with Gemini is like trusting the process. Hi there, Sophia. Welcome. Two birds. I love your name, by the way. I always think of the Marley song. I'm absolutely exhausted. I had back-to-back vivid dreams that felt like messages, kept waking up. Yeah, I would not be surprised if the dreams that you're having right now, they feel confrontational. I wouldn't be surprised if you're having confrontational dreams right now, karmic confrontations, things in spaces that they're not supposed to be. There are too many planets transiting into, like, it's a lot of that work right now. And it feels very energetically confusing. So I just want you to be kind of patient with yourself as you're navigating it, because it's like I feel like, again, it feels like standoff energy. Like it's like a traffic jam. It creates a lot of these feelings of energetic confusion, right? It's a lot of that. It's like it feels very clumsy. There's a lot of clumsiness right now. And I would not be surprised if you're not experiencing that in the dream space, because, again, Mars is in Cancer and there's a bunch of stuff happening in their house. So it's like things in places where they're not supposed to be. It's stuff like that. I blew my no. I mean, Kristen, I hope everything's fine. I mean, you're saying that in a positive way, so I hope it was a positive thing. Like, I hope it was a breakthrough kind of blow up. Trusting the process, Kimmy, sending you support there. Moonlit, I feel so drained, going to sleep super late, waking up throughout the night, waking super early. Yeah, here's the problem. Aries energy doesn't sleep well. When things are in Pisces, it's hard to get up. When things are on Aries, it's hard to stay down. So working through a lot of that right now, like it's feeling it's like it's icky, because, like, again, it's like the energy between Pisces and Aries. It's like the you know what I mean? It's like, ugh. I definitely feel the irritability. Well, and again, here's the thing. I need to point this out. Articulating that you feel it is the first step in not reacting to it, right? It's like, and noticing it in those around you, like, it's what we have to navigate. You're so welcome, Jacob. Totally triggered right now. Sending you support, little man. All right, hold on a moment. Jacob, I'm washing my clothes right now. Thank you so much for sharing your message. You're so welcome. Hi there, Sujita. Am I the victim? Again, I'm happy to read for that, Sujita, but I want you to remember you're safe. Okay, that's the first step. I don't want you to build that type of anxiety within your space, right? I want you to remember that you're safe, seen, and protected. Steve, thank you as well for the compliment. Lynn, I'm feeling like a nomad in a barren land today, but wishing everyone good vibes. No, I get. I mean, listen, that's a lot of that Aries energy. I did last night, past life though. I think near this land. Oh wow. So again, I'm just going to stress this. I also do dream interpretation readings here. If you guys have some dreams right now that are coming through that you'd like clarification on, all you need to do, I mean, I know sometimes having a dream interpretation on this app is difficult. So if you'd like a dream interpretation, when you get on the list, you can post the message about the dream in the message when you send the donation, and that might make it easier as well. Or if you are on our Discord channel, you can post it there as well, and you'll be able to clarification. I mean, I think I've created I created the channel there on the Discord, didn't I? I think so. Okay. Hi there, Flo. Gray, you would be so proud of me. I feel like your daily collectives have been getting me right. I'm very glad to hear if they've been helping you through a rough patch right now, Flo. You know, like there's a lot of this work that we're navigating. Traffic jam when you're already late. Exactly. I love the fact that you keep bringing the Alanis Morissette song up, Bridget. Yes, it was. Okay, I'm glad to hear that as well, Kristen. Hi there, Nuvis. Crazy dreams right now. Antisocial, definitely didn't sleep last night. It's Neptune, you know. It's like it's a lot of this like it's you know, thank you, Per. I put out moon water on the full moon eclipse, and next day I felt myself be seriously done. You just want a little bit of that chaos water, right? You gotta be conscientious with what you do with eclipse water, you know. Hi there, Per. Happy sunrise to you as well, Keisha. So, my friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, as always, the list is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Also, we are doing 2 different contests right now. The first contest we're doing is we will be doing a contest when we get to 50K. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing right now is a giveaway for whoever gives the highest gift between now and conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck as well. I am going to take a minute to read. Hold on a minute. I'm just putting the offer in here. And if you get on the list right now, you will be the first person read for. Hold on a minute. Okay. And the first person on the list each day will always have an additional card in their reading. There we go. Perfect. And Addie, thank you for sharing the live as well. Addie, welcome. Good to see you. Hi there, Haley. Oh, buon compleanno to your little guy. I hope he's having a beautiful day. I mean, it's not what you can do with eclipse. I mean, like, so instance, like there are those who like to collect water because of the properties of the moon. And the thing is, so like, you know, when you're doing new moon energy, good for new beginnings. When you're doing full moon energy, it's good for like amplification. Eclipse water can be like tricky because it's very chaotic. It's it's like adding an element of it's like, you know what I mean, it's like it's working through a lot of that energetic intensity, right? It's like a little bit of spice. Hi there, MP. How are you doing today? So we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. Couple of updates before we do. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Justice card. Our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Hangman. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. Also, as a subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best in giving you guys an update in terms of everything that we've studied prior to starting our next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you are ready to receive it. You will also have access to, for those who are becoming founding members, the opportunity to have a one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your impact moving towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining our class program. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber, I would encourage you to go ahead and make sure that you're following me over on that Substack, because that's where I post each day's daily collective podcast. We also post there the full photo of each day's spread if you would like to see the spread. We also post there our weekly newsletter, which will let you know about our in-person events as well as our online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal, spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer now dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased on an individual level or as a series. I will ask that if you go ahead and purchase the package of dream interpretations, that you make sure to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal to utilize the tarot to understand the key messages and themes coming across that dream space. I am going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but as I mentioned, if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the first person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Thank you, Solstice, for the follow. Good to see you, dear. And Addie, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Flo, dude, I did make some eclipse water and I drank it. And after feeling that energy, I was like, wait, what did I do? You listen, I appreciate you. You chose chaos. I mean, you're still here, so that's good. You're still here. That's the important thing. You're still here. I do that. Where are your Aries placements? You've got Sagittarius placements? That sounds like something a Sag would do. or a Scorpio being like, I wonder what happened. You could use it. I would use it on your plants. That's a great idea, actually. That's a great idea, Bridget. Just more chaos. I was needing it. It's a little pep in your step. Hi there, MP. I got to my video. Oh, I'm so glad that you were able to get it, Grace. You're welcome, dear. Yes, I'm a Sag rising girl, Leo moon. Yeah, that makes sense. That tracks. Yeah, that sounds like something that like, what could happen? What could happen? Oh my God, I put it on my plants. Excellent. All right. Okay, friends, as I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. I just love that. I just love the perception of someone drinking chaos water being like, wonder what's going to happen. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. It's such a Sag rising thing to do. I appreciate it. Way to embody your sign. I'm an Aquarius. Oh, well, that makes even more sense because there's a like, it's like mad scientist but like vibe. Hold on a minute. Aries moon here. Welcome. Yep, that'll do it too. I was leaning more into clarifying, and the energy right now is clarified enough. I mean, the thing about the energy is it's literally the energy, like, and I keep on describing it, like, this is why this eclipse, it kind of feels like it's a rougher eclipse, because, and I have to stress this, like, eclipses just you've heard me say this, they amplify the vibe at the time that they start. And so it's like I keep on seeing like the Venus retrograde. And again, every one of these things is given to us as a lesson. Venus retrogrades are not here to make everything look awful. They help us be able to see the mirror within the self, right? When it feels like others perceive us incorrectly, like we are able to see ourselves within the light of the self. And that's what's beautiful about the Venus retrograde cycle. Because what do the Venus retrograde cycles often say? You are beautiful just the way you are, right? But the way that you would like the and that ability of not working through like we're like, and if I'm saying that right now and you're like, nah, like I'm like, yeah, that's why, because we're going through a Venus retrograde cycle. So when I say to you, you're beautiful just the way you are, you're like, but I'm not perfect. But like, yeah, right? Like, yeah, that's what the Venus and retrograde cycle brings to us. The Mercury retrograde cycles, you know, the difference between a rut and like the difference between like a groove and a rut is identified in whether it feels like it's something that that is innovating upon us, like something that helps us feel more constant within ourselves, or something that we feel stuck in. So that's why, again, Mercury retrograde cycles, it's a lot of that. It's having to navigate things that feel like they're rough in order to be able to get clarity. And that's why I always feel bad, because I feel like those who go through Mercury retrograde cycles, I always point this out. Like they're like, Mercury retrograde, your toaster will break, but you come out of the Mercury retrograde cycle with a new toaster, right? And so Mercury is just sitting there and being like, "You're welcome." You know what I mean? Like it's working through those spaces. It's being able to innovate. Sometimes when we don't like. Sometimes there's like working through that sense of the self. Like this is why we often have breakthroughs during retrograde cycles. Um, but it's the combination of those two together during this eclipse that makes this eclipse feel much more spicy, right? It feels much more spicy. It's really easy to project. It's really easy to take things personally. And that's why I keep on telling you guys right now, the solution to a lot of this work is leading with compassion, right? Which means like the minute that you're able to identify that you're a work in progress, that's the gift that you're able to give to others. So I would say that that type of water is going to be good in terms of like deep exploration of the self, but having to see work the faults, right? Having like not cringing, right? It's like it requires that cringe free territory. Yep. And hi there, Sparkle. Hold on a moment. I'm an Aquarius. Yeah, Aquarius is right now might be going through some difficulty with this transit. I keep on saying that this transit right now might be very difficult for Pisces, Aquarius, and Virgo, because I got to say this, Aquarius often exist in the space of ideal. And it's hard when we're going through transits like this because it feels like everything is the opposite of ideal, right? And again, the very similar kind of work that we're seeing for Pisces right now, because there could be feeling like a lot of abandonment wounds that are coming up, right? Like working through the abandonment wounds as a lot of signs transit out of your house. Um, you know, I feel like for those who've got Taurus placements, this can also feel difficult because I feel like for Taurus placements right now, it could feel like you're seeing red flags everywhere. And for those with Aries placements, making sure that you don't get emotionally triggered. But here's the thing, Aries are used to that because Aries don't come here with any patience. So like, as long as you're an Aries who's been doing your work, like it's a lot of that. It's a lot of working through that to a certain extent. I'm excited for the collective energy. Thank you for being Kimmy, and thank you for being a part of it. Scorpio, I'm telling you, Scorpio right now is just sitting there with popcorn. I feel like for a lot of Scorpio energy right now, it's like, yeah, like, if you're a Scorpio who likes you're just like, yeah, I just keep on seeing Scorpios just sitting there with popcorn, just like watching what's like. But I mean, again, if you're a Scorpio, then you know what I'm talking about here because like you don't shy away from discomfort. Scorpios like being uncomfortable. Right? And Bridget, I wonder how many tens we will get today. That was wild. Was that not wild the other day? That was really cool. Like I was like nerding out. It's really funny when like I'm doing a reading and I start nerding out in like a tarot way, right? Blah, 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 a tarot way over the reading. And the fact that we saw a new 10, it was like, this is so cool. This is so cool. Kathy, thank you for the follow. Haley, I did so much reflection last night. Scorpio sun, Aries moon, Pisces rising. And that's like, and that I gotta tell you, like um the solar eclipse and the new moon energy in Aries, it's like it's a beautiful moment of reflection because it's identifying how far you've come. But again, if you're, and this is the problem, we're still going through a chat. Like I know the eclipse cycle is kind of over, but one of the things that's always very difficult during like this particular eclipse cycle is, and again, I say this with like, this isn't a negative, a bad thing. If you're someone who looks for a lot of external validation, this was not the eclipse for you. Right, this was a very isolating eclipse. Like, this was a lot of this, like, eclipse energy. The indulgence point was someone being like, "This is just happening to you. Nobody likes you." Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of that kind. It's a lot of those, like, it's a lot of that type of shadow work coming up. Like but you have to be in a space of like, how do you fix about that? You love yourself. Like I told you, the Leo full moon kind of helped with it. Hi there, MP. Yes, Bridget, not my toaster breaking last week. That's the thing about it. Like, that's how Mercury sees, like, like, oh no, it broke, but then you get a new one. And sometimes, like, here's the thing, sometimes in that moment, you decide if you like the one that you had, you get the same toaster. Or if you're like, dude, I got the coolest toaster. It's that moment that helps you identify the difference between a groove and a rut, something that you like versus something that you're like, it helps us innovate. But sometimes we only innovate in that moment that something starts to go wrong, right? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It is so true. Thank you, Kimmy. Hold on a moment. Yes, also when did toasters when did I know when did everything get so expensive? When did toasters stop being toasters? I just like toasters that toast, you know? Empty my blinking lights blue and my light bulbs from being so angry. Please make sure you're drinking your water right now. Okay? Don't don't be popping off. Okay? Healthy, productive channels for things. Witchy, Capricorn here, and Aries in my second house. I had major anxiety all day yesterday. My body shook. You're probably very sensitive to the eclipse energy, and you're probably extremely sensitive to Neptune transiting into Aries because it's here's the thing about it. Neptune, Neptune. I just keep on seeing the fact that like Neptune likes being in the Pisces energy, right? It feels more it feels more cozy there, right? Like Neptune moving into Aries, it's like navigating discomfort. It's working through a lot of that, like it's like working through a lot of that rockiness, you know? Um, it's and I gotta say this, like I feel like there's a lot of that path work or that sense of like determination is kind of the word that's coming to mind, right? Because our own ability to um like process emotions right now, like Pisces into Aries is all about processing the emotions into what feels like it is productive instead of making one feel like one is dwelling on things, right? As an Aries, I feel called out. We should be called out. Listen, I'm an Aries. Like Aries should always be called out all the time. Like here's the thing. Like Aries hold themselves to like a like, like I need to point this out. Like those with Aries placements, like it's not about, it's like I feel like a lot of this right now is not losing patience with the self. We're not losing patience with others, you know? Like this could be difficult for Aries right now because like here's the thing. Aries, I like to point out, I like to describe Aries. Aries are like the bully's bully of the zodiac. The only thing that Aries can't stand is seeing others like Aries are, I need to point this out. Aries are very good. Remember when I talk about the space of remember how we were talking like this is why it was coming through during the Mars retrograde. Remember I was saying that courage and confidence are cousins. They look alike. Aries can always tell the difference between the cousins. You know, like Aries can always tell. Aries is like, I don't know what's wrong with you guys. They couldn't look more different because like Aries Aries recognize like Aries recognize that fearlessness is overcoming a fear, right? Surety is working in that space of feeling energetically confident within the self, which is why often those with Aries placements, they're like the one thing an Aries can't stand is someone that picks on others from a place of surety, because Aries look at that as cowardice, right? Like that's the thing about it. Like Aries are like, and that's when Aries like crack their knuckles and they're like, finally, somewhere to take out my aggression. Aries are like, everybody get out of the way. Hi there, user 211. Heavy Scorpio placements. And I know I don't want to hear anything from those with Scorpio placements right now because I'm telling you, all the Scorpio placements are just sitting there with popcorn. You know, they're like transformation. I mean, I adore Scorpio placements, but you guys crack me up. You guys are nuts. I mean that in the most loving, endearing, sweet way possible. No, the 10s were so prominent in the last couple days. Well, listen, user 211, we were talking about the reading that we did a few days ago. A new 10 popped up. Like a 10 that is not in the deck appeared, which was really cool because like we made a different 10. Gina, thank you for the follow. Philly girl, loving your shirt. Right back at you, Bella. I gotta show some support for my team. We crushed it. We crushed it. The game, man. I'll be living off that game for a long time now. Hi there, MP. Lots of shadow work. Hold on a minute. Lots of shadow work is like for sure. Yeah, it's like here's, and I kept on describing this user to 11. Some of this eclipse felt like foreshadow work. If you weren't doing your shadow work, like a lot of this eclipse could bring that out, right? It's working through that. And Witchy, thank you for the follow. Gemini feeling panicked. Rella, I want you grounding right now. I want you finding your anchor. Okay? I want you moving that anxiety into excitement. I want you breathing and I want you hydrating, okay? Because, and here's the thing, Jupiter's in Gemini right now. Um so I keep on seeing like for Geminis, and that's the thing with Geminis. Geminis are so different depending on the Gemini, either feeling very excited or very excitable, or potentially carrying like anxiety. And when you're feeling anxiety, it's too much worrying about the future. I want you to focus on the present. Like count 5 things that you can touch. Like bring yourself back into the present, right? I feel frustrated this morning. Of course, you feel frustrated, Heather. Neptune's transiting into Aries. Everybody's going to feel frustrated right now. It's working through a lot of it. And it's okay to feel like that, you know. As long you can feel frustrated right now, so long as you're not isolating in your frustration, you know. Key, I was crying last night over a situation that happened 5 months ago. Yes, that's the type of thing that we've been seeing right now. Like we were talking about this yesterday, Key, like crying for no reason, like emotional outbursts to a certain extent, because Pisces is transcendent. Pisces contains the emotion, and often like I pointed out, like when Neptune transits, the world cries because that emotionality, like working through that, it's like a lot of stuff that can come up, like emotionally, spiritually, or physically. I didn't go to bed until like 3. Yeah, and sleeping right now may feel very patchy because again, we've like the placements that we've got right now, it may be feeling like it's hard to get a good night's sleep. Aries energy are light sleepers. Aries, like it's hard to stay down. Pisces, it's hard to get up. Yeah, I cried too, on and off. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the live, though. And non Cancer Sun, Aries Moon, and Rising. Aries is in my first house. So, Cancer, Cancer energy right now, it may be feeling a little bit of frustration, particularly in the realm of not allowing oneself to feel energetically triggered. I just keep on seeing that, like, for those like don't self isolate is what I want to say to cancers right now because a lot of this eclipse is I can see a lot of cancers being like, I'm going into hermit mode. I'm going into hermit mode. I am going to, nobody can come in. Yes, Aries here calling me out. See, I care. I know. I mean, listen, but here's the thing, Aries don't mind being called out. I'll call out Aries till the cows come home. Because Aries will be like, it'll be calling out, being like, for Aries, I like when you call it an Aries, because Aries, you call it Aries, and they're like, for what? What are you calling me out on? Like Aries are like, Aries is like, Aries waits to hear what you're calling him out on and being like, oh yeah, yes, you can call me out on that. Aries wait when they're called because they're like, like, you know, Sophia, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you, little vamp. Witchy, so true. My boyfriend's an Aries. He cannot, no, Aries cannot stand. Dude, like, well, I got us, we were talking about this. So, this is the thing with Aries. Aries spend the whole life pulling the punch. They literally come here to recognize the power of their strength. They have to figure out a situation where every Aries is doing their best to be gentle. like Aries never want to fight. And when an Aries says, I don't want to fight you, remember, an Aries never says they can't fight. They say, I don't want to fight. It's like, it's so when you have a situation where they see someone throwing their weight around, not only does the Aries say to themselves, that is someone who is afraid. That is someone who is not strong. I am stronger than them. And Aries finally has a space where they're like, oh, I can just unleash on them, and they just like, it's like the Aries does the equation, goes, wait a minute, I can unleash on them and I'm protecting others and they deserve it. And the Aries is like, oh good, a bully. Like an Aries is like, a bully. Like they get excited. Yes, meditation time on Sunday. I'll be back. Absolutely, Grace. Enjoy, dear. I can't go to the bar with him because any disrespect in our night is ruined. He used to fight. Yep, exactly. There you go. Yep, perfect Aries energy right there. But little vamp, I'm an Aries sun and rising. Good times. I feel it. I feel you. I feel you in my soul. I mean, I get it. It's like those with Aries risings are like literally they will look at another person and be like, I do not want to do this with you. I would prefer if we didn't. Like, please. And they don't understand that when someone with Aries rising says that, it's not because they can't. They're like, don't make me have to tie my hair. Like, don't, like, please. I am begging you. Like, I am trying, love your life. Love your life. You know? Oh, look, guys, speaking of which, there's a site that came up that says violation deleted, end live now or avoid suspension. That's amazing how the app creates an account to tell me that I'm getting suspended. That's really crazy. Would you like a reading notification? If you'd like to get on the list is open. But you can stick around if you'd like. Thank you. And speaking about triggering people, hi there, Nan. Thank you for the follow. When I think of Scorpios, I always think of that girl from the Addams Family, Lover. Oh yeah, absolutely. Wednesday. No, that's the thing about it. Hold on a minute. Speaking about bullies, I need to get that person out of here. um, just a minute. First of all, guys, look at this. Look at this champ here. I just want to take a minute. There you go. Go ahead, give him a follow right there. Cool. Okay. Speaking about bullies, where were we? All right. There we go. Hold on a minute. Okay, notification 3935 with 0 followers and 0 following. Speaking about bullies, I hope you have the day you deserve. Okay, cool. Where were we? All right, let's continue. All right. My cat knocked down a cactus. Is that what you said, user 211? Hold on a minute. And thank you, Nan, for the follow. When I think of Scorpios, I always think of the girl from the yeah, I mean Wednesday is like the Scorpio of Scorpios, right? Because she's doing her shadow work. She's not afraid of things, right? She likes things that are scary because she knows herself, right? So there's a lot of that work that we see to a certain extent that happens, especially in the realm of like I love the Adams family because like they love each other because they're very self-regulated. It's like they're scary to others, but like they're actually incredibly healthy. Like they're all doing their shadow work. Others find them creepy, but they're often like they're very self-regulated. Um, my rising, hold on a minute. And Nan, thank you for the follow. Yep. I have Scorpio in my fourth house with Mars and South nodes. And so that's interesting because for you, Bridget, you love family because family is where you can be messy, right? Like that's a lot of that space that like it may be feeling like what you identify as security is being able to be your messiest sense of self, like being able to allow for your energetic shadow to shine to a certain extent, right? Cooking. That was me on Friday night, just crying so much. And here's the thing, if you're crying a lot through this energy, it's okay. Especially for those with like water placements right now, it may be very triggering. It's like emotionally moving, right? It's working through a lot of frustration. Oh, these, thank you. I saw Cass. I saw a cat knock down Cass. I was like, what? Thank you, user 211. Virgo here, looking for work for a year, started getting interviews. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Davina. I hope you have a breakthrough soon. Grace. Meanwhile, Libras over here are dreaming and spirit keeping us occupied overthinking. I mean, here, like Libra, like I feel like this could be a lot of time for Libras based upon reflection. I think that there's a lot of that work that may be occurring right now in the space of like working on the nuances of balance is what I'm potentially seeing. Um, Not getting triggered may also be like again, like I feel like for Aries, Taurus, and Libra right now, not letting oneself feel triggered is going to be very difficult. Like working with intention. Um, Witchy, I feel like I've been a hermit for 6 years now. Well, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. As long as it's a happy hermit, right? As long as you're in a space of peace, then I love that for you. Carly, yes, as a Cancer rising on Friday, I was a hermit crying, and yesterday I went out and I feel better now. Yeah, and it's like it's because Neptune's straddling between Pisces and Aries. It could be going through a lot of those things in terms of like navigating how you feel, trying to find that point of comfortability. Like it's a lot. It's like working through that in a big way. Better now. I'm glad that you're better right now, Carly. And Lutzo, thank you for sharing the live. Davina, thank you for sharing the live. 211, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you for confirmation, Sarah. I get, yes, too weird. The Aries is like, I get to unleash. Yes. That's why Aries are like, like Aries get excited when they find a bully. They're like, ooh, ooh, this is like Christmas. He is also very impulsive, but always means well. Yeah, I mean, Aries work like Aries show up. Their work is through impulse control. You know, but and I gotta say, a healed Aries is a beautiful thing because they often move that impulsiveness into the space of delight. Right, they move it into what feels energetically sweet and productive instead of harming the self. Right. Yes, thank you, Addie. Bridget, yes, as an Aries, if I have to fight, my words are like bull, it's no hands. Yeah, it's like, yeah, no hands necessary. Like that's the thing about it. Like that's the thing. I point this out. Aries don't say Aries will never say I can't fight. Aries will always say, I don't fight, right? Because the Aries is like, like, I don't, like, you don't want it. Like, yes. All right. User 211, my cat knocked down a vase. It was already part broken, so she finished the job. There you go. She's just helping the Mercury retrograde along, just helping it along. Thank you for the compliment, Lutzo. I never thought about that. They're super regulated. No, they are. They're beautiful in that way. You have to see that, like the love, like you have to understand, like you look at the Adams family, give each other, their love is expressed in giving each other permission to be their full self, right? Like their love is the purest form of love because they understand that love does not mean that they have to understand everything that the other's doing, right? It's coming into that context of just kind of walking in. That's why there's like those jokes when Morticia walks in is like, what are you guys doing? And they're doing something and she's like, oh, well, you're using the wrong thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like she becomes immediately invested in the interests of her children. Like she's like, like there's a beauty in that. I mean, and obviously because it's a cartoon, they make jokes about the fact that like some of the things they're doing seem like they're like they're moving into the space of like harm, but it's the love that they give in the sense that they're never telling each other that they're doing something wrong in being their authentic self, right? Yes, I love the style and the hair. Oh, thank you. Thank you guys. It's so true. They're really well adjusted. And that's the thing. Like everyone around them is feeling anxiety because they're being their authentic self. Thank you for the compliment, Ryan. That's really kind of you. Jamie, I love your podcast on Substack. Also, are you on Spot? I am, dear. So if you go to Tarot Church, you can also find the podcast there as well. Witchy, I believe that I was brought into his life for that specific reason. He is finally healing. No, I mean, I think that, again, I feel like often Aries have a really hard time overcoming wounds of intimacy, right? And so a good relationship for an Aries is being in a space that gives them permission to love themselves. Like gives them permission to be able to, you know, like I'm gonna say this, like be like, and it's hard for Aries, like be cringe, like talking through vulnerability. Like Aries like shy away from that, like Sages do. They're like, you know what I mean? Like they worry about getting saccharine, like they worry about overly concentrating on the self. So being in a space where Aries can heal and learn to be sentimental is very beautiful for an Aries. Hold on a moment. Boop, boop, boop. Was a little chaotic in the first couple of years, but he is so much healthier now, and that's an absolute gift. And I appreciate the fact that you guys are growing together in that way. Are you Capricorn? Capricorns can be good for Aries because Capricorns can help Aries find like confined consistency, right? It helps them like helps them self regulate. Davinia, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you, Kay, for the follow. The Adams family is so Scorpio. Yeah, we were just talking about that 211. She really does become, hold on, she really does become invested in their special interests. Yeah, she's like, she comes in, she never tells them to stop doing anything. She usually says, "You're doing that completely wrong. Let me show you." Like she's like, if you're gonna do something, do it right, you know. Lutzo, I just finished The Magician, Loving Tarot Church. Oh, really? I'm so glad to hear that, dear. And again, if you have any questions on anything in those classes that we've already studied, go ahead and shoot me a message either over on the chat in the Substack, and I'll be happy to answer anything. So Lutzo is talking about when you become a member to the Substack. Not only do you receive a ticket of entry into the next class, and our next class is going to be on Wednesday, April 16th, but you also have access to the previous classes. Now, as a monthly subscriber, you have access to 9 hours worth of material in that library. If you become a founding member, you have full access. So the magician class was our second class, so it's available to founding members. Um, but again, if you are interested in becoming a part of that tarot class program, now is a really good time because it's not that you don't have to catch up. I do my best to try to give you a summary of everything we've studied. But if you wanted to catch up, like if you wanted to kind of build that backbone in terms of understanding where we've studied prior to the next class, this is a great opportunity to, because you got kind of like a nice runway of the last month of this month. You could probably do about 2 classes a week, and each class is about an hour. So in those classes, we go over the history of the card, the symbology of the card. I walk you through how to read that card in any of the positions that it may arrive to you as. And I also offer you a unique spread that helps you apply the lessons of that card into a reading. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of that class program, is become a subscriber to my Substack. Yes, thank you as well. And I'm so glad that that you enjoyed that class, Lutzo. Beautiful. He can be himself and he has to be honest with me because I already know. I love that, right? It's like, I need to point this out. That's the thing with like those who are like, you have to be in a very healthy space to be in a connection with someone that's spiritual because we know, like, it's like first you want someone spiritual, and now you're running away scared because we know, like, Yes, and so that's beautiful though, being vulnerable. I know, like, no, I know. Aries are like, don't like Aries. You want to scare an Aries? Be like, Aries, come here, sit down. Let's talk about how you're feeling. And an Aries will try to deflect. They'll be like, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And Aries will try to say do instead of feel. And then you say to the Aries, no, 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 no. I didn't ask what you were doing. I asked how you are. And Aries will be like, and right, I know every Aries in this room right now is like running out the door. They're like, what does that matter? Like, what, this is what I'm doing. And you say to the Aries, you're like, I didn't ask you what you were doing. I asked you how you were feeling. And the Aries is like, I'm doing this. Like, you will watch the dance the Aries will go through to go down the list of everything they can say, and they'll go, I'm fine. Like the word fine is the Aries being like, stop. Like, because the Aries will say, if I wasn't fine, I wouldn't be doing things, right? Like, and that's why sometimes Aries have to work. Aries are like Aquarius like that. They have to be wary of burnout, right? Because Aquarius and Aries, like Aquarius will try to avoid feeling things, right? By disassociating. Aries will try to avoid feeling things by doing things. And so both of those signs often need to work on not coming into spaces of burnout because they're channeling their feelings, sometimes in ways that cannot allow them to work through them, process them, you know? Yep, thank you for Oh, I was right about you being a Capricorn. Yes, again, Capricorn Aries is like it's powerhouse energy. You know, like Capricorns will look towards Aries and say, "You've got my heart," and Aries will look to Capricorn and say, "You're my missing piece." Right? It's beautiful like that. It's like it really is like a Capricorn Aries partnership is just it's so beautiful in that way because it's like, and that's why when you get them together, it's really hard to take them apart because they become inseparable. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and it's not codependent. It's not codependent. It's inseparable because they keep on, a Capricorn and Aries say to one another, they complete me, right? Capricorn looks to Aries and says, that's where my passion lives, right? Like the Aries sees that feels like the Aries passion is an extension of the Capricorn that they have a hard time expressing. And the Aries looks to the Capricorn and says, without them, I'm nothing. Like they are the solid ground from which I build. It's like an Aries Capricorn partnership is to me, in my personal opinion, it is the most beautiful partnership. Yes, again, and you're just confirming it in the comments. Yes, he can be himself and he has to be honest with me because I already know exactly. Like you can't hide things from Capricorns because Capricorns are like, let me just pull up the file. Capricorns, I like the fact that, like, Pisces are like, I know. And like Capricorns do it with a pair of glasses, right? Like, and Pisces are like, I know, I can pick it up off the wind. And Capricorns are like, I know. Like they've got like they got the glasses when they say it. They tip their head down, they're like, I know. Being vulnerable, exactly. User 211, not sure if you covered this. Maybe I was away from my phone. Scorpio midheaven. It's um not everything's the end of the world. I know it feels like it is. I know that bothers you. Like, it's like Scorpio like Scorpio midheaven is often having to encounter things that feel like their life or unalive decisions. It's like it's just like feeling like everything like everything depends on what you do, and then like it's like a lot of that type of energy. And so being able to navigate that with a sense of compassion will help, because it's working through, like, it's like living on the it's like feeling like you're living on the edge at every moment. Yes, I'm an Aries and my partner is Capricorn. So helpful. It's to again, it's like, those two, it's like it's chef kiss, you know? It's just like, it's stun I have nothing to say about it. It's exceptional. What can I say? Like it's exquisite, like it just looks right. It just feels right, you know? My Cap rising is pushing my Aries to be more open and vulnerable daily. There you go. And if you're feeling it inside, like it may be feeling like more of a like rough stuff, because with a Cap rising Aries sun, it could be feeling like you're often fighting through head and the heart space. It's easier when it's externalized outside the self. It's not so easy when it's inside the self. Um, nice. I upgraded to the founding member and it was so worth it. Oh, thank you, Lutzo, for letting me know. I appreciate that. And welcome. Ashley, I've got Cap Rising here too. I think it's doing something for my Virgo sun stealing. Oh, it absolutely is. Right? Because, the thing is like Capricorn is good for Virgo because Capricorn reminds Virgo to be realistic. You know, like Capricorn, again, the nice thing about Capricorn is Capricorn does not allow the ideal to prevent them from getting things done. Capricorn just gets to work. You know what I mean? Capricorn is literally the solution to Virgo, because, Virgo is often being like, but it's not perfect. I'm not perfect. And Capricorn says to Virgo, what gave you the funny impression that you have to be perfect to get something done? Like it's like Capricorn is like, I'm a mess. Well, I'm doing just fine. Like Capricorn's like, Capricorns have an authenticity about them that allows for that space of function, right? There's a practicality there that can be helpful to ease a Virgo, because it's like Capricorn says to Virgo, it's not about being perfect. It's like doing the best you can, you know? It's like like I like to point out, like, Virgo is like the magical power of cleaning up. Um, and Capricorns are like the magical power of just ignoring a mess. Capricorns are like, and getting to business, like Capricorns are like, focus on what you can focus on what's achievable. Don't get worried about what's perfect, But like functional, like the magical power of being functional. Ashley, thank you for the follow. Witchy, he has taught me so much and helped me heal too. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity for both. It really is. You know what I mean? Like I gotta tell you, and like, if I gotta point out, like Capricorn and Aries often say to themselves, it's like when they find each other in a good place, they say, you make all the work make sense. Right? Like it's almost like it feels like there's almost a magic there in terms of the synchronicity, because it's the energy that says, if you found me any other point prior to my path point, you would have, like, we would have, like, because when Aries and Cap fight, it's like Clash of the Titans. You know what I mean? Like you have to get over your own stubbornness. right? Like the reward for getting over your own stubbornness is being able to find one another. Thank you, Per. Hold on a moment. Hello, Eve. What if I use um are affirmations instead of I am affirmations? I don't think that's necessarily, again, if it feels like it's energetically serving you, Ebe, then I'd say go for it. I don't take these things preciously. If it works for you, it works for you. Like, it's like if there's that space, I never, like, you know, often, I often feel like when we come into those are in affirmations, it feels more like it's coming from our higher self. You know what I mean? Like, if it feels like it builds you into the context of that, then I would say go for it. It's just what feels like, what rings true for you, what feels right for you, But I think are and am are very, they're interchangeable to a certain extent because they're building upon the present, and that's the important, right? Literally inseparable. Yes. But not codependent. I need to stress this. Aries and Cap are inseparable by choice. Like it's not, they don't need each other. They're like, I want them there. They're coming with me. I'm not letting them out of my sight. Like it's a lot of, it's not from a place of need. It is literally because things feel better with them there, you know? I have worried. No, it's not. I need to point this out. It's not codependent because you're not leaning on each other, right? You just enjoy things more, you know? It's like buddy system. Okay? Yes, looking at you from the top of the glasses, perfect oh yeah, like Capricorns nail a look, man. Like Capricorns, like there is nothing more devastating. Like Capricorns will not just like speak towards their displeasure. They will um and that's the reason, because and that's the thing. Leos have no poker face. Capricorns are all poker face. So when a Capricorn gives you a look, when they give you the look, you're like, oh no. It's like, I like to describe it. Paddington is a Capricorn, right? Because Paddington does the thing, right? Paddington has a thing where he gives you a hard stare, right? He's like he doesn't have to say anything. Paddington has never says mean things to anyone. He's very polite, but when you've done something wrong, Paddington will give you a hard stare. And it's like everything changes when Paddington gives a hard stare, and Capricorns are like that. Like, they'll just they'll give you a hard stare, and you will be like, I am so sorry. Yes, yes, I'm a Cancer, he's an Aquarius. I'm all in my feelings and he's all in his head. Challenge. Oh yeah, because when you guys are upset, you gotta work on communication. Like, that's the thing. A Cancer and Aquarius partnership is difficult because, like, the desire to isolate when you're feeling rough is high. But as long as you like push your comfort zone, it can work. I didn't even realize how intense learning lessons felt. Compassion makes a lot of sense to balance. I'm glad that that message helps right now, 211. It's really important during this retrograde cycle that we've been experiencing. Um, what about Sag Aquarius romantic partnership? Um, Thank you, whoever just became a subscriber to Tarot Church. I appreciate you. A Sag Aquarius romantic partnership is, I like to describe it. It's like it's seahorse energy. It can be incredibly, incredibly romantic, right? It's a lot of that. Like it's a lot of it can be very similar. The one thing that has to be navigated as it relates to um, Aquarius and Sag is working through emotional expression, right? Because and here's the thing about it: Sages don't have an embarrassment bone. Sages don't just they're not born with one. There is almost nothing you can do to a Sagittarius that will embarrass them. Sages just don't have it. They don't have it. Okay. And so it might be hard because like Sages, I always like to describe this. The bull in the china shop is not a Taurus. A bull in a china shop is a Sag because they don't recognize, they have no embarrassment. Like they sometimes don't recognize when they're being energetically clumsy. And Aquarius are very good at reading rooms. So in a good combination, it's helpful because they can give each other notes, right? Like Sag can help Aquarians not feel like they're shrinking violets, right? Taking like helping them understand and not feeling squeamish about having energy focused on them. Aquarius can help Sages by giving them notes and being like, but in a gentle way, not like in a way of kind of like helping give them information that kind of like potentially flies over their head and out the window, right? But what has to be very careful there is that you don't trigger each other by making the Sag feel embarrassment, right? For being who they are, and for the Sag not feeling like the Aquarius is a wet blanket. Okay, like it's like that's what a little bit of the difficulty may be there. Yes, I love the way you put Virgo and Capricorn. That opened a lot up for me to explore. You're so welcome, dear. Hold on a moment. Yes. I love your, yep, absolutely. Thank you so much. I'm so glad I found you today. Love your vibe. Excited to get to know you better. Thank you, Witchy. Thank you for being here and thank you for receiving these messages. So much truth. Thank you, Witchy. Capricorns are the teacher in the little house on the prairie. Oh yeah. Like that. But here's the thing, like Capricorns are like, I feel like they're beautiful because they're mystics, right? They find the magic in the mundane. They create something beautiful there from something that feels like they take humdrum and they make it beautiful. Like they're it's like I love Capricorns. They feel like they're the most magical sign to a certain extreme like degree, and they're often misperceived. You know, like I feel like they're often misperceived. And I'm telling you right now, like Capricorns are some of the most magical energy I've ever encountered. Sorry for my old TV references. You have never have to. No, I know I am also old. I understand the reference. No, I love those books growing up. They were like my favorite. My face tells too much. I don't have to say anything. Also very kind, but most are very intimidating. No, Capricorns will like freeze you in place with a look. You know, Bella, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Can Capricorns be very intimidating without trying? I've always had no. Capricorns have a tendency of not recognizing that they're intimidating, and yes, like having a bit of that resting, like it doesn't. It's interesting because it doesn't work on Leos. For others, like energy may be intimidated by Capricorns, but I've noticed that Leos just um like Leos are like that's just their face. Like, Leos are like that's just their face. Like, it's they can come across because I put it this way, they look very put together. They look like you like Capricorns don't realize like they look like they know their stuff, and then and so it creates that it's like that it's a sophistication aura, right? And that's why it doesn't work on Leos because Leos are like, you look smart. Leos are like, you look like smart. I like smart. Like, I like learn stuff too. Hi, Matilda. We're about to get started on the Daily Collective, but we're hashing out on signs right now. Thank you, Witchy, for sharing the live. Hold on a moment. Sagittarius, first time I've heard of this. Absolutely. Your seahorse. Again, Sagittarius is like seahorse energy. I'm a Sag. I love it. Um, and again, it's hard, right? Because I feel like Sagittarius is like together energetically. It's beautiful because like I told you, like Aquarius sometimes have to work through, I like to describe it as like shrinking violet syndrome, where that space of kind of being very spacey or in their headspace. So Sag is always going to like come with me, let's go do something embarrassing. Yes. Hello, Sag Moon. Yep, clumsy, but also Aries Sun. So yeah, you're clumsy but unbothered is Sag Aries together. Being like, but you can laugh at yourself. Like a Sag Aquarius Aries, Sag Aries combo is like if you can't laugh at yourself, like life is a lot harder. My boys are Sag and Aquarius. You're very new signs for me, learning every day. Well, and that's the thing. Like, oh, like again, like best friends are worst energy, like enemies when it comes to like Sag and Aquarius, because it's going to be like a lot of like the Aquarius is going to say about the Sag, he's bothering me. And Sag is going to be like, I'm not doing anything. But they're going to say it with a smile on their face. Like that's the thing. They're going to know how to get under each other's skin by not doing anything. And they're going to drive each other nuts because it's going to be about it's going to be about like zero accountability for how like how you're annoying each other. Like, thank you for joining us, Adam. So validating and kind. Much love to you today. Right back at you, Witchy. Kimmy, that is so lovely and true. And I'm currently with an avoidant attachment Sag, and I try to show them I'm coming. Yeah, that's Sages have a hard time with that. Sages sometimes are like, look how fast I can run. And being like, it's not about running, it's about standing still. Right? It's like Sages sometimes have to go through that cycle of being like, look how strong I am. I can run away. And often the Sag is healed says, it's not strength is not found in running. Strength is found in being able to stay still. And if you're Sag and I've said that and you're wincing, yeah, I know it sucks. Like I know it's hard. It's a dumb lesson. It's a stupid. Like I can see the Sages being like, "Shut up," you know. Um, Kimmy from Love always, yeah, so he can feel comfortable and so we can move forward. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Kimmy. And Constant, thank you for the follow. Witchy, thank goodness. That's just their face. I don't feel put together. No, yeah, like that's the Leos are like, like Leos often, I feel like it's funny because Leos and Capricorns find each other because Leos, like everyone's like, oh, you know that person? Like often like someone will be like, oh, you know that Capricorn? Like, what are they like? And you'd be like, "I don't know." The answer like, "Meh." Like they're just a person, you know? Erin, I just started learning about astrology. That's yeah, the Leo's like, that's just their face. Like, Leos are not intimidated by faces, or Sages. I just started because again, like Sages don't mind embarrassing themselves, and Leos like have compassion for others' auras, right? Like Leos are like, well, they can't help others feeling like that. You know what I mean? Like it's easier. Erin, I just started learning about astrology. How come Libras aren't talked about? I think, here's the thing about it. Libras, I think it's hard to talk about Libras because they're a very complicated sign. Libras and Geminis are very hard to talk about because again, there's an aspect to the sign work that defies definition, right? So it's not the fact that Libras aren't talked about, but you have to understand that Libras and Geminis are beautiful in the fact that they have a level or degree of unobtrusiveness that is incredible, right? Because they're working in the context of identifying like what feels like balance is, right? And often, and we talk a lot about this, so you know Geminis to a certain extent are very much like I describe them as like the Swiss Army knife of the zodiac, right? Geminis will sit there, they will walk into a room and identify and say, who do I need to be? What do I need to bring into this situation? Right? It's very hard to and that's the thing about it. Like a lot of that work, like there's something about that ability that can make it very hard to truly feel like you ever know someone who's a Gemini. But that in itself is what's like magical and mystical about the sign work. There's that there's that adaptability point. There's like it's like Gemini's like international man of mystery. You know what I mean? Like who am I today? Like you know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that type of sign work. Um and so often it's interesting because the space of trying to define the self is almost like it creates it creates what feels mysterious to others, but it also creates a space where the Gemini, it feels like a part of their nature is being elusive, if that makes sense. Um, while for Libras, it has more to do about navigating like balance. It's more to do with understanding and recognizing the power of balance. I often talk about Libras, like the difficulty point with Libras is like not coming into like Batman energy. Like because sometimes when it comes to Libras, like there's a lot of that work that Libras often come into, which feel like they need to like it's working on the spaces or places of not overly analyzing the self or not overly analyzing situations. And there's something really beautiful about a healed Libra because you'll notice that there is a level or degree of compassion that a Libra often feels that um, and I need to point this out. Um, it's the compassion of understanding that the responsibility to create balance isn't embodied solely within the self, but is something that they are also a part of, or something that they're mutually sharing upon. So, like Libras, in that sense, there's like that profound ability of finding attunement that um, will often be like Libras when they're in a space that they have found that within themselves. They are incredible as it relates to communicating. They are credible as it relates to being able to feel the empathy of another. But it's sometimes, it's hard because often when you try to get a Libra to describe themselves, they start getting very like they start sliding off of labels, right? Like it's like they're not very quick to want to define themselves because there's even in the space of trying to like find precision, everything feels like it's a little slower or a little late because it's like it's working in the space. And I think that this is interesting because I feel like Virgos work towards perfect. Libras work towards exquisite. And those are different things. Okay. And when you understand the difference between perfect and exquisite, then you understand the difference in the sign work between a Virgo and a Libra. All right. Yes. Thank you for confirmation, MB. All right. My abusive ex was a Gemini, not trying to point fingers, but can you? It's not. And here's the thing: not all like I know some incredibly healed Geminis. Like I know some beautiful Geminis. But the thing about it is, one of the things that's different, that's hard for Geminis is being able to recognize and identify the self in the space of feeling like there are two sides of the self, right? Like there's a lot of the work that a healthy Gemini does is to realize that they're integrated within the whole of the self. And even if they perceive themselves in oppositional ways, that in itself is like a false matrix to a certain extent. Um, like there's, I keep on, I like to point this out. A healthy Gemini is a Gemini that recognizes their tendency to like, like build to like almost like it's like recognizing the energetic blind spot of the self is usually the best identification point in a healthy Gemini, because a healthy Gemini will be able to disassemble the self, but they'll disassemble the self in a way because they want to understand themselves better, if that makes sense. Okay, word. Thank you for the follow. 15 years. Sending you so much support, Witchy. I sometimes laugh at us with too. Thank you as well. Witchy, how can I get along with him more? I guess kids need co-parents, not enemies. He's a Gemini. I'm a Cap. Um, I mean, I would say, especially for a combination force of like Cap and Gemini, it is being able to exist in the space of being constant and pointing things out to another, but not in a way that feels like it's critical, right? Like almost making sure, like helping them. like helping them see if there's something they're avoiding, but in a way that feels like it's productive but not critical would probably help with a connection like that. And thank you, Erin, for the follow. My friends, we are going to get started on today's personal read, collective read in the next few moments. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Also, I just want to let you guys know we are doing 2 giveaways right now. Our first giveaway is we will be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K. So if you would like, make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we are doing right now is I will be gifting a free reading to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So if you are participating in that, I wish you a lot of luck in winning that as well. Just a reminder, if you would like to get on the list for today, it is 3 cards. Hold on a moment. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, or for the gift of a baby dragon. That will also get you on the list today. And you can also get on the list. It will be 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Remember to hold on. There are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. There we go. All right. That said, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading here is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Sunday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Sunday, March 30th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? May I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are our 9 of Wands in its upright, in combination with our Queen of Cups in its upright. My friends, let's talk a little bit about this energy right now. One of the things that we want to talk about that's occurring right now, if you're feeling wobbly, if you're feeling emotionally triggered, if you're feeling grouchy, Neptune. All right, we've got a couple, it's like, I want to describe this. This is like energetic hangover energy. Okay, we're all going through an energetic hangover right now. Why are we going through an energetic hangover? Because we just came out of eclipse season. We had that intense eclipse yesterday in Aries. And at the same time, almost at the exact same time that that was occurring, we then had Neptune that is transiting into Aries. Now, a lot of this work right now, a lot of this like emotionality, it's working through processing the emotions. And it's also having to navigate working through feeling energetically triggered, working through frustrations of the self. Let's talk a bit about, again, even though we're out of the eclipse cycle right now, we're still going through a lot of these retrogrades. Let's talk a little bit again. I'm going to keep on mentioning this. I don't care if I sound like a broken record, but if you're feeling like this, it's going to help understand why you might be feeling weird. We've got the Venus retrograde, right, which makes everything feel like it looks worse than it is. Then we have on top of that, we've got a lot of that Mercury retrograde. So it feels like things are breaking down. It is not the time to be taking things personally right now, because what do we need is compassion. Because a lot of that feeling, like working through some of that roughness, it's very easy to want to feel hard on oneself. It's very easy to work through that. I could see even now that with Neptune transiting, it could feel like there's a lot of emotions that are potentially coming up. And there's something really interesting that's happening right now also as it relates to some of this retrograde energy right now, because I need to point this out. So Mercury, Mercury is often the energetic frequency that we identify as innovation. It likes to lead. It likes to move forward. It likes to rush ahead. Mercury is in a retrograde period. So Mercury's pulling back right now. Neptune likes to hang back. Neptune is in the realm of the memory. It's in the space of the sentiment. So it's often, it's a lot of those things from the past. So what we're having right now with a little bit of this confluence, it's like I keep on describing this as the traffic jam, because the energy that we would typically imagine is going forward feels like it's pulling backward, and the energy that's typically pulling backward feels like it's going forward. And they're meeting they're meeting right in the space where Venus is as well. So in those moments that I keep on describing this, we feel rougher about ourselves. We feel rougher about circumstances or situations. We feel very triggered about things that remind us of things about the past, right? But then if we're doing our healthy space, we allow for that space of, again, and this is why compassion is the solution to this. It's being able to communicate from a space of love that shows that sense of expansion, right? And I keep on seeing that there's something really valuable and important that's occurring there. But it's hard because everything that we're also seeing, it's like I keep on hearing the word defensive, right? It's feeling like a lot of that feeling of having to navigate defensiveness of the self or defensiveness in relationality to others. Now, I need to point this out. When we're in a healthy space, right? We don't, we do, I need to, okay, so this is really important. We are triggered when we feel defensive, right? That feeling of being energetically defensive, that in itself is its own trigger. So when we feel defensive about things, like very much like we were talking about, like defensiveness is also working through a feeling of fear, right? It's working through that space that we understand, like why we feel energetically defensive. Because and I keep on pointing this out, feeling defensive does not allow for an ability to communicate authentically, right? Defensiveness is effectively fear. Now, and this is the thing that's important about this. When we're in a healthy space, it's not necessarily a negative to feel defensive, right? What have we talked about in relationality to shadow work, right? Whenever we feel something, we don't just react to how we feel. We explore to understand why we feel the things that we do. So I keep on seeing that a lot of this work that we're trying to navigate right now is understanding our own feeling of defensiveness. And that's why, because here's the thing about it. When we're feeling defensive, I'm going to use a word right now that is going to feel a little triggering, but the word that's coming through, I need to disambiguate upon it, because the way that we utilize it is not the actual terminology of the word. Defensiveness is dumb. Why am I saying defensiveness is dumb? Because dumb, I need to stress this, the etymology of the word dumb, okay? Not dumb like an insult, okay? I want you to understand this. I'm not saying dumb like an insult. I'm saying dumb as in numb. Dumb and numb are the same word, because dumb and numb are the articulation of not feeling something, trying to avoid something. Think about a wall. It's a dampener, right? Think about like a dumbbell. It's something that's heavy. The dumbness is being able to define something that is heavy and thick and impenetrable, right? So often when we are feeling energetically triggered, we get defensive. We build that dumbness. Now, it's not the fact that the dumbness in itself is a negative thing. It is understanding whether like the defensiveness that we build upon something has valid energetic reason. If it feels like it is validated, or if it feels like something that is energetically difficult, right? Because everything I keep on seeing that's occurring around a circumstance or like circumstances or situations, and we have to talk a little bit about this, like that amplification of feeling that we experience when we're feeling defensive. right? What we really want to almost see that as is our body is trying to dumb, like it's like our body is trying to dumb something. Like it's really like our body is like literally trying to dumb something to a certain extent because the defensiveness is is the numbness, right? The defensiveness is that energetic feeling of saying, I want to energetically avoid something. Now, what's nice about this, and this is again what we talk about when we're talking about healthy shadow work, is when we're feeling defensive about something, we explore and understand why. Because sometimes when we explore and understand why, we feel like we are, again, the higher self always has a space in being able to articulate and recognize the reasons why. So being able to be in that space to understand that, it feels like there's a lot of that work right now in honoring the emotions by exploring what we feel energetically defensive to. Because what have we articulated upon? When we feel defensive, right? And we introspect upon why, what happens? The higher self always has a reason. Like the higher self, the higher self always has a reason, right? The higher self can always articulate upon why we're feeling energetically defensive, right? If something strikes a wrong chord within us, right? The higher self is there tugging on it. Like the higher, like when something strikes the wrong chord, right? And we do the work, like when you hear like, again, when something strikes the wrong chord, and you find the space to go in the self to recognize to see who's pulling, like when something strikes the wrong, okay, thank you, there's a very specific message coming through. When something strikes the wrong chord within you, you go inside to see who's pulling the bell. Is what I keep hearing. When something feels like it strikes the wrong chord within you, that is the call to go inside and explore who is pulling the bell. Because sometimes we find those moments that are the higher self, right? It's the higher self that's pulling the bell or bringing that space of saying something and saying, this is why this upsets me. This is why this disturbs me. This is why I've called you here. Like, this is why I've called you here. It's like, boop, boop. It's like a lot of that defensiveness that feels like this, like it feels like the ability to articulate upon something that is important. But what also happens is when we are feeling energetically defensive and when we're feeling triggered, things will provocate us and we can't explain why, right? Because I feel like that. Like it's like because I feel like it's like that space that often identifies a blind spot within us because we can't articulate the reasons. We just don't like it, right? And that same space, like there's that, like this is why we do the work of like high moving towards the higher self is understanding the self. Because even in those moments that we feel something, right? When we feel something but we can't articulate why, it often shows us something that we need to understand better. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this work in terms of maintaining and recognizing and understanding what feels like it is productive communication via having to work through our own defensiveness. And this is why I see for a lot of energy right now in separation, this could be circumstances or situations. I told you this is all the trepidation of some of those new partnerships that are occurring at this time. Because a lot of that work in terms of navigating that, a lot of that space as it relates to articulating and being able to be in a space of I keep on seeing like the gift. And remember, you remember what I said, that a lot of the partnerships that are forming right now are chariot energy, because I keep on seeing their chariot energy specifically and particularly because these are the energetic connections wherein we see that this is energy that is saying to one another, they're dismantling their feelings as they come together to say, you are safe with me. Because it's not that I feel something, I do the work to understand what I feel, to understand if it's something that I need to give a note on outside of the self, or it's something that I need to work on within. So there's something really beautiful about that that's occurring in that space because I keep on seeing this is why some of these new partnerships that are occurring during this time are slow to start, because this is the energy that is starting to learn how to feel safe with another, especially because some of these energetic connections of separation are healing from situations where it wasn't a lack of feeling, but it's understanding that often when we feel an intensity of something, but we haven't done the work to understand the self, what we give another doesn't feel like love. It feels more like a space of fear. While for masculine and feminine energy right now that is coming into divine union, everything I keep on seeing for energy coming into divine union right now, like this is a lot of that. I mean, I keep on getting a sigh is right because like it's a lot of that. It's working through a lot of those spaces. And I need to set like I just need to set the tone here. When we are in pathwork of understanding the self, it's messy, it's clumsy. It's not being in a space of grace does not feel like you are perfect. It often feels like you're not feeling energetically worthy, right? It's a lot of that energy that says like I'm doing the best that I can, right? Because those spaces, and I got to stress this, when we are feeling that rigidity in terms of not being perfect, but then we're able to meet that sense of the desire to be perfect with compassion, it allows us to better understand ourselves because, and I need to point this out, perfect, right? Perfect, and I keep on hearing perfected is perfect. Working to perfect the self is the act of perfection. And it often feels very, very energetically clumsy. I keep on getting it's like it feels like you're stumbling upwards. It feels like again, you're not a mess, you're a work in progress. You create that space of being able to identify and recognize what you're trying to do better so that you can continue to do so. While for masculine and feminine energy, and I think it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing that there are some energies right now coming into divine union that are healing from they're healing from perfect, right? They're healing from that feeling of having to be perfect in order to be loved because they're finding that space to be able to be in their authenticity. Like it's a lot of that, like a lot of, I keep on seeing a lot of wounds of intimacy that are being healed in the process. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, that is deep within divine union, there's a lot of that work that I'm seeing as it relates to working through the energy deep within divine union, which is just, it's working through that pathwork of consistency. It's working through that pathwork of being energetically patient. It's trying to find patience right now. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you're in divine union and it feels like your patience has disappeared, we've got a lot of planets transiting into Aries right now. And it's very hard because everybody feels like they're like a few seconds, like they're all like you're running around right now with like a million different things to do. But that's why I'm telling you even now, like the ability to allow for that context of compassion and doing the best you can, it like it again, it is the gift that you like the gift that keeps on giving because you don't take things personally, you just get practical and productive. Um, Center card for today's spread is, yep, again, a lot of this Hierophant in its reversal. So the thing about it that I see that's really important right now, it has to do, and it's interesting because especially with energy like this, and I'm going to tell you, if you're feeling really bottom of the barrel right now, often coming out of these eclipse cycles, I like to describe them as like spiritual or emotional hangovers, right? We feel like it can feel very blah. Like it can feel very like it feels like a lot of that space of finding like and I gotta stress this too, like feeling out of sorts right now is also very high because of again working through the Venus in retrograde and the Mercury retrograde that's continuing through even coming out of this eclipse cycle. So if you're feeling a little out of sorts right now, this is potentially why, right? It sometimes takes a little bit of time for things to like energetically settle down to a certain extent. So I'm going to say the same thing, and you'll remember what I said to you before we came into this month, finding that energetic anchor, right? Not looking so much outside the self, but focusing on within the self. being able to anchor yourself in something that feels like it energetically grounds you right now is going to feel very healthy. It's going to feel very productive. Now, continuing to get clarification, can I get the fourth and fifth cards in our 5 card spread? We've got here the Emperor card in its reversal with the Judgment card in its reversal. Now, I keep on seeing this is working through, like, how do I describe this? Um, Often when we have Neptune, like Neptune moving into Aries, um, it feels, how do I describe this? It feels very incongruous, is the best way I can describe it, right? Because um, I need to say this, like, to a certain extent, Neptune was exalted in Pisces, right? It feels much more congruous with what we expect. But often when we feel like this shift of Neptune into Aries, it can feel very draining. It can feel very frustrating because it is, but I keep on hearing it's about focusing on what is essential. It's focusing on what is energetically important. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now in separation, there could be a lot of those feelings of frustration that may be coming out, right? Because I keep on hearing that, and you'll have to remember, this has to do with the big message that was coming through right now as Neptune has been transiting out of Pisces into Aries. What was the message that we heard coming through across that? Do not confuse depth with progress. Like, do not confuse a lot of something with a direction. So I keep on seeing that there's something really valuable and important in relationality to energy in separation, working through the context of potentially having conversations. Like, and I keep on seeing 3 different modalities right now for energy in separation. I'm seeing energy where it feels like you're having different conversations with someone, right? Potentially someone who wants to unpack or talk about how they're feeling, while another person is standing there saying, being like looking at something and saying, depth is not progress. Talking about the emotions doesn't fix things. Fixing things fixes things. So I keep on seeing that there may be a lot of closing out of cycles that are happening right now, and even potentially cycles from the past, because it's like in those moments, if someone's trying to come back to unpack something with you, right? And another person was looking for directions, but instead of someone coming back with directions, they're just articulating upon how they feel. I can see a lot of energy saying it was in, I hear the energy saying it was in that moment that I understood, that I saw what the problem, like I could see, like, the gift that's happening in the closure point is the energy being like, in that moment I could see what the energetic separation was, right? Someone that was captivated with emotions but not necessarily providing direction. And I can hear this also being communicated in new energetic partnerships right now. Potentially someone, again, unpacking how they feel, disassembling it, dismantling it, articulating upon how they energetically feel to another. And again, giving some kind of clarification as to describing what occurred in past connections to help build forth in a way that feels like it's energetically productive. Because I keep on seeing that there's some energy right now in separation. And this is why these are chariot partnerships. These are energies that are giving each other, I keep on hearing the word respectfully, 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 because this is the energy that says to one another, they understand that, and I keep on hearing this has been coming through a lot as well. Courtesy is not wanting to give something to another. Courtesy is when you don't insist, right? Courtesy is being mindful of how another person receives it. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy. This is why this is like some energy in separation. And I keep on hearing they're almost saying to someone, to the counterpart that they're building with, that they're healing from circumstances or situations where it felt like another person loved selfishly, right? And what does it mean? Why does another person describe someone as loving selfishly? Because when we love selfishly, right, It's almost those moments where, again, it feels good to give. But if we're not paying attention to what another person's asking for, right, it's understanding, like it's working through that process that good love is healthy listening, right? Good love is the attentiveness that we give in terms of hearing what another is asking for and being able to do what is necessary to bring that forth, right? So I keep on hearing that the reason that this energy is moving towards each other conscientiously is not because they experienced a situation where there was a lack of love, but there was too much of something that another was articulating as love but didn't feel like love. While for masculine and feminine energy coming into divine union, I keep on seeing some energy looking back in the past and being like, and I can see that's why I saw like a little bit of energy, right? I told you, Neptune, Mercury, and Venus all on top of each other. That's like that is a nostalgia factory. So I almost see something where counterpart is reminiscing on a past version of the energetic counterpart. And this is and that's and what is the counterpart saying to each other? You wouldn't have liked me. Like I see the energy going, you wouldn't have liked me back then because that was someone that was insisting on things, right? Often when we're on a pathwork of the self, we look back, we look back at that past version of self and we cringe a little because we're like, there they go. Look at them. Man, look at them insisting, right? Like this, like I told you, those are warrior partnerships that are moving deeper into union right now, which is why the energy is looking back and being like, oh my gosh, look at that, like look at them trying to insist on things, right? And it's again, it's not when we're insisting, we don't like that's the energy that's reminiscing on the energetic version of past self that had not learned the act of surrendering, remembering that surrender does not mean giving up. It's when we stop insisting. Well, for masculine and feminine energy right now that is deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that these energies right now, they're just like straight up, like they are just straight up in Taurus and Gemini pathwork right now. They are all up in Taurus and Gemini, which is it's looking at the day and deciding what it's going to take to get through it. It's going through. It's like when you're working in that space of stability. It's not about. I keep on. It's interesting too, because it's interesting because and I need to stress this. And there's a little bit of um, it's interesting too because it's about I keep on I got to figure out what this means. It's about exquisite insisting, right? Holding an energetic standard is exquisitely insisting because you have to recognize and identify that understanding the self is remembering that it's okay, and here's the thing about it, and this is a bit of the paradox, like the paradox of insisting is just fine so long as it's directed to the self, as it's the insisting that we often find within a self, not in what we put on others. Because when we move towards our higher self, it is answering that call, right? That feels almost like the higher self that is insisting us to be our best self. Why does the higher self call us to be our best self? Because when we move towards the higher self, that is the energy of being able to define and recognize who we are in that context. So I keep on hearing that a lot of that energy being in the space of exquisitely insisting. This is the gift of the messages between Taurus and Gemini, because when we exquisitely insist, we feel like we are answering the call of ourselves because we're able to see ourselves in that context, and it defies definition because it is of ourselves, right? That's the internal, I keep on hearing the internal compass of the self. Continuing to get clarification between our Nine of Wands in its upright in combination with our Queen of Cups in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Two cards to clarify, because yeah, I was talking about Gemini. It makes sense. Yeah, there it is. That's beautiful, because that's what we were talking about in relationality to exquisitely insisting. And I need to stress this: insisting is just fine so long as we don't insist outside of the self, right? So long as we don't insist outside of the self, insisting becomes impolite, right? When we put it outside the self, right? But when we're moving towards the say this like the space of understanding the self, it's often that's why that's why I keep on hearing we're healing from the feeling of perfection, because when we're able to recognize and identify that exquisite insistence, right? That's beautiful. Sorry. So perfection, the desire for perfection is exquisite insistence, because it is the call that we receive from the higher self that is asking more from us. When we're able to navigate a space of being compassionate, but also navigating the space of following that exquisite insistence, it is something that we follow within ourselves, but we don't put that burden outside of ourselves, right? It's a lot of that. It's like I keep on hearing it's it's answering the call of the self and feeling the certitude and love for the self in the process. Now, that is different. Like I keep on seeing that there's something about that for a lot of the energy and separation that feels like it is profound and beautiful, because I'm almost identifying that for in a lot of the energy right now in separation, the ability to feel seen in a relationship is the aspirational point, right? Because what often happens when someone says that they've got a lot of love for us, but they want to give it to us, but they're not listening to what we're asking for, it doesn't feel like we are being loved. It feels like another person is just projecting their love towards us, right? They want us to kind of fit a role in their existence. They want us to kind of like be that crash test dummy for where they put something that they would like to have, right? But when we are being energetically mindful, when we are attuning in healthy relationship, we don't just feel like we're projecting our love onto another and it feels good to be able to do so. We navigate, we act like love is actively listening, right? It's recognizing and understanding the care, the attunement. I keep on hearing this is the energy that says they're coming towards one another in separation and saying they're bringing their own tuning fork, because this is the energy that says I can recognize the difference between what I want to give versus understanding the attunement of another. And this is the energy that says I'm looking for that space, or I'm understanding that environment that leads to healthy attunement. Because when we're in that space and we're energetically attuned, it doesn't feel like we're just projecting our love into another. We are mindful in terms of recognizing and identifying what we ask of each other. And so it creates that calibration point of feels good is good, right? Now, for a lot of this energy coming into divine union right now, everything I keep on seeing that's happening for the energy coming into divine union, um, this is a lot of that energy that's working through the space that often we're in a healthy place when we're able to understand something that we're working on. Right? It's like it comes with the territory. There's some things we can only see when we're in a healthy place to see them. So I see that there's a little bit of that energy that works through that construct of not feeling like they're energetically perfect, but they're working towards they're working towards the perfect, like I keep on hearing, the blessed perfection, right? And that is the energy that continues to that says to one another, um, like through you, I see my perfect self, right? And often it is the identification or articulation that the gift of love is the gift in how we see one another. So there's something very beautiful about that context, because I can see that, um, and this is what we talk about with divine counterpart, is often it's in those moments that another looks at us with like love and compassion, that we feel held in a gaze, because that is the gaze that says to us you don't have to be perfect in that space. You just have to be aware of oneself. And this is the energy that looks at one another and says, I know that you don't feel like you're perfect, but to me you are, because that is the energy that says, and they mean it, I love you just the way you are, which is the energy that says, I love you in the act of attuning towards your higher self. That is one that you're not, I keep on hearing, you're not static in that space, right? It's like you're always like it's like I keep on hearing, it's the celebration of the self that often feels like we're apologizing for ourselves, even as we are perfecting ourselves. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, I keep on hearing like that's why so much of this work that we're seeing right now between Gemini and between like the Taurus and Gemini lessons that we're working through have to do with that space of exquisite insistence, because this isn't the energy that works through something and just feel like what is stubborn. Okay, like okay, we have to work through this. Stubbornness is refusing to change, but not necessarily understanding why. It's like right, like it's sometimes like we all have those moments, man. It's just the way we exist. It's like like we like. But here's the thing: the way we identify between something that we are exquisitely insisting upon versus stubbornness is because when we exquisitely insist, we can understand and we can answer the call as to why we are exquisitely insisting upon something. We can give the reasons why. Like again, like when you're exquisitely insisting, you can explain why something is important. But when you're stubborn, you shy away from talking about it, right? When you're stubborn, you're like, because like stubbornness feels dumb because and again, I need to stress this, okay? Please do not misambiguate me utilizing the word dumb. Dumb comes from numb. So we are stubborn when we are numb, when we feel a resistance point, but we are not able to articulate why. That often art shows us the fact that that is a blind spot within the self that we need to interrogate further. Continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Cups in its upright in combination with our Hierophant in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with the Ace of Cups in its reversal. And I just have to stress this. Like it says to me, there's a lot of, I keep on seeing, there's a lot of emotionality here. I keep on seeing there's a lot of, and I got to just stress this, especially with a lot of the energy that we're experiencing right now, transiting into Aries. It, I would not be surprised if you're having these moments where it feels like there are a lot of emotions coming up, right? There's like, I want to just describe this right now as, I keep on hearing like all of this energy, like Pisces transiting into Aries is like feeling emotionally triggered, like something that strikes a chord emotionally, spiritually, or physically. But I see even now, like that's the reason that it says to me that this is a context by which nostalgia is created, simply because there's something about that context by which we do it that we're able to identify and articulate why something has meaning to us, right? And like I keep on seeing that, and this is why it's curious because there's so many points here that feel like they're pointing to the direction of Gemini energy, because it's not just about feeling a lot. Feelings can be confusing, right? When we feel a lot, they can sometimes feel like they like this is when feelings sometimes feel like they limit us. But when we're able to find the ability to disassemble, and I need to stress this is important. Disassembling is not the same as disassociating, right? Because when we disassociate, we try to describe something to remove ourselves from it. But when we are disassembling, we work to understand how we're feeling so that we can understand ourselves further. I need to say that again because it's important. Disassociating is not dissembling, because disassociating is trying to separate oneself from feeling something by trying to by trying to move it into a space that you're able to let logic intrude upon it. Like it's like dis like it's shying away, right? Disassembling is taking something apart so that you can understand the self further. So I keep on seeing that this is the energy that's almost like, again, the energy and separation that's building into the context of saying to one another that they're not that that like it's not about like they're like they talk towards feelings because they're trying to understand and get to the heart of what they can do better, like there's everything about that that feels like, and this is the energy that says, and this is why I can hear the energy in separation. This is why it feels like I can hear the energy saying, I knew this was my person because I could tell the fact that they were disassembling, that I felt safe with them because I recognized that they don't feel things and just react to them. They do the work to understand its source before identifying whether it feels like it is important or whether it feels like it is something that is energetically interrupting, right? While for masculine and feminine energy right now, this is, and I got to stress this is happening in different ways because I got to point out that for feminine, we've got a lot of Queen of Cups here. Masculine, we've got a lot of Emperor and its reversal. So for feminine, a lot of this work feels like someone saying, honoring, like, and here's the thing that this is a feminine that's coming into this understanding. Honoring feelings does not just mean talking about how you feel all the time. Because here's the thing, feelings are volatile. You know what I mean? Like they're like again, like Neptune tells us, like the emotions are volatile. We go up and down and up and down. And when we're doing that, like when we're doing that work, like with understanding the feelings, we don't just react to how we're feeling. We pay attention to what the feelings are asking for to understand what that direction is. And this is why I keep on hearing that there's energy and separation saying, never have I felt safer in the embrace. Like the masculine is saying to the feminine, never have I felt safer in the embrace of a feminine that does the work in investigating their emotions to be able to tell me what they are asking for, right? What does the feminine say to masculine? Never have I felt safer in a masculine feeling something strongly, but then understanding and being able to articulate why they feel the thing the way they do, that showed the fact that they were disassembling, not disassociating, that they were trying to understand themselves, like me further and themselves further by way of connection, not trying to remove blame or to I keep on seeing like move something into a space that it became energetically impossible to talk about. While for masculine and feminine energy right now that is coming into divine union, this is where I keep on seeing it's like it feels like an outpouring. It feels like this energy just sharing and learning to share more and more and more because this is the energy that's saying to each other like through you through you. It's not the faith, and I need to point this out. It's not the energy that says through you the things that I've done that are not well can be fixed. It's the energy that says through you I understand and see who I aspire to be, right? And that's the energy that often feels humbled in that gaze because this is the energy that looks at the past version of self and says, I can do better, right? While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, it's funny because I keep on seeing that navigating and moving towards exquisite insistence has a lot to do with saying absolutely not. It's like absolutely not. Something about like yeah, it's like the exquisite insistence has to do with the absolute not, like absolutely not, but like the not, like continuing to get clarification between our Hierophant in its reversal in combination with the Emperor in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Yeah, like King of Pentacles in its reversal. Like, I feel like there's something, I keep on getting there's something really beautiful in that space of understanding. I keep on hearing the active no, right? Versus the energetic equivalent of someone just trying to energetically avoid something. Like no is not the right word because there's no that says like the negation of something that says that something is important. Like often when we're navigating that space of exquisite insistence, right? We have to always come into that space of saying that, our ability of holding like our ability to hold an energetic standard to a certain extent is exquisite insistence, because we say this is important, right? This is something that we strive for. This is something that we aim for. We understand that it's not easy, but we don't do things because they're easy. We do them because they're important. Versus situations or circumstances where someone's just like just doesn't want to like doesn't want to be uncomfortable, right? Like just trying to avoid something. And I keep on hearing like this is the energy that says um like it's working through something, because it says like the ability of being able to find that sense of confidence in the self. It's like the gift that we give to those around us, right? And that's the energy that says like that's the articulation of love. Now for masculine and feminine energy, that is like, and that's happening across all of the frequencies. For masculine, it feels like a lot of this space in working to understand the self better. Like I keep on seeing like this is a lot of the like I keep on hearing masculine, like both energies are saying disassembling, because this is the energy that says it's like not disassociating, it's understanding and taking apart the self to understand the self better, as opposed to energy that disassociates, which tries to look away from the self to avoid something that they'd rather not do. Continuing to get clarification between the Emperor card and its reversal in combination with the Judgment card and its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification. I love it. When we are in a healthy space, we disassemble ourselves to love better. That's all. That's what it takes. And I mean, I need to stress this, right? The idea or the aspiration of actively listening, of understanding and recognizing. Um, I keep on seeing that a lot of that work has to be in the context by which of understanding. Like, and I keep on hearing we are all like love makes us fearless. But why does it say like why do we say love makes us fearless? Because this is the energy that says we often do that work not just for the sense of the self, but because of the energy of the care that we put to those around us, right? It's a lot of that. I keep on saying it's a lot of that love by means of extension of the self. And that's why I kept on telling you guys now is not the time to be taking things personally, right? Because a lot of this energy, it sometimes feels isolating, right? It sometimes feels like working through that, like at like like building into that context, but like letting the love in a moment that you're feeling less than perfect. It's like it's how we start to heal. Continuing to get clarification between our High Priestess, our Six of Wands, in combination with our Ace of Cups in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification with the Ace of Pentacles in its upright. I keep on seeing, and here's the gift. Like I gotta tell you, like the gift of some of this energetic retrograde and the combination of coming out of the eclipse cycle is I keep on seeing like a heart, like working through and seeing the hard truth to a situation or circumstance. I feel like a little bit of that work has to be like operating in the context of feeling like you're removing the sense of illusion from the self. Because here's the space. Emotions can sometimes feel like illusory places, because again the emotions, and this is what I keep on seeing with like Neptune moving into Aries, the emotions want to like often want to be in a space, and this is the thing, like the emotions want to create things that like the emotions can make anything beautiful, and this is why we talk about a lot of that space of feels good is good, right? Because when the emotions want to indulge in something that isn't actually happening, right? It sometimes can leave us in that space of longing. And that's why I keep on hearing that there's something about the energy finding one another and saying, I am not romantic, that feels like a gift, because this is the energy that says to one another, I'm not romantic, because this is the energy that says I don't romanticize something that is building in the context of longing, because I don't like the space of feeling like I'm waiting for something that isn't there. Right? This is energy. I keep on hearing this is why it's chariot energy, because this is the energy that is redefining romance. It's redefining romance, not in feeling the lack and wishing something to be true. This is the energy that says I'm not romantic because I don't create in a space of lack. Create in a space of giving. Right? This is the energy that's healing from that by saying love should feel abundant. Love shouldn't feel like it's creating pain. So that's beautiful. But I keep on seeing it's like it's taking time. It's like taking time to say to one another, my love feels like love. Right. And that's beautiful. That's why it's chariot energy, because this is energy that's building trust by showing each other in a million different ways and in a million different points in a million different ways. Rest assured, my love feels like love. Continuing to get, and that's happening across all the frequencies, continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Cups in its reversal in combination with our King of Pentacles in its reversal. Yep, beautiful. I love it. We've got our Four of Wands here. You know, there's something I keep on seeing, and this is happening again. So, like, this is energy that's working in that space of it's saying to me it's visionary, right? Like that's what's beautiful. Like that's what's beautiful about some of the partnerships that are coming together right now, because this is the energy that's saying it's visionary, because they're saying, how grand can it be if we are able, if we all we need to do is build clarity with one another in relationality to what it is that we want with one another. And then we're very energetically mindful as to what the other needs to be able to reach those milestones. Like that is the work. Like this is the energy that says, I understand. I keep on hearing they're coming towards each other and they're saying, I understand that work is moving together, is both simultaneously the act of building clarity, but also being attentive and mindful of what the other needs in the process. While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union, this is why I keep on hearing the mess that becomes blessed, because this is the energy that says, I don't need to be perfect, right? Love does not require us to be perfect. It requires us to recognize where we're putting that work. And so I keep on seeing that this is the energy that says, through your gaze, I am blessed, because this is the energy that says, because we're moving in that context, I can see my higher self better via connection with you. While for masculine and feminine, deep within divine union right now, this is the energy. It's funny because they're saying to me, it's the exquisite insistence. It's the exquisite insistence of the absolute not. Right? It's the exquisite insistence of the absolute not, because it's the insistence on what it is that we hold dear and why it's important to us, and being able to understand why, like, it's not about moving and being adaptable to everything, but understanding those moments that we hold firm to something because it's energetically important, and being able to articulate the words upon it. Continuing to get clarification between our King of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Six of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify. Yep, there's that Nine of Pentacles in its upright, right? So a lot of this work that we're seeing, to a certain extent, it's not like, I can see the energy saying, you know, and I keep on hearing the difference between luck and determination, between working, like between, and I keep on hearing, like, between confidence and courage, all of those lessons that we navigated during that Mars retrograde. And I keep on seeing that the beauty of, like, some of that energy, like the beauty of the energy with the combination force of Taurus and Gemini, is is getting a bit of the gift to be able to tell the difference between confidence, which is surety, right? Someone that articulates something because it makes them feel good about themselves, versus doing something because you're absolutely like you're working through one, like the energy that like, often the energy that is in, like, trusted, often feels like, like, do you know what you're doing? Nope. Like, it's like you're working, like it's a space that you doubt yourself. Like, doubt is a gift, because doubt means that you're always you're always working in the context of understanding that there's something that you're hoping to learn more about. It's working. I keep on hearing the crush of caring, right? The crush of Karens, the crush of love that says, I hope I know what I'm doing versus saying, I know what I'm doing. Like the crush of love, the crush of love that always says, I hope I know what I'm doing instead of I know what I'm like, trust me, right? Like it's like that is the crush of love. You're always doing something that you feel is best with the courage to find it within you, but never with the certitude because you're not doing it because it feels good for you. You're doing it because you know it to be good. Those are different things. Continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Pentacles in combination with our Four of Wands in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Yeah, again, love navigating uncomfortability, right? Love is not the space that creates that sense of stagnancy within. It is feeling energetically challenging. It is always built upon that place of calibration. It is it is a force that energetically moves us, right? It's not a force that stagnates us. So I keep on hearing that for a lot of that, and this is why it's having a different impact across all of the frequencies, because um, a lot I keep on hearing that the exquisite insistence of the absolute not is working through the space of saying that the often those moments that we hold on to and we say, I cannot articulate to you in words how important that is, right? Those moments that we experience that make, I keep on hearing, like that make our hearts sing, right? That build into the passion that we feel. Because it is the moment that we articulate and we find meaning in something that helps us understand and see ourselves with more clarity. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of energy in that space, being able to articulate upon that, it feels devastating at the same time as feeling highly profound, right? It's like almost makes you want to weep. Um, while for masculine and feminine energy that are coming into divine union, I keep on hearing this energy that's saying, like, in your eyes, I am energetically perfected. Because this is the energy that effectively articulates and says that the gift that we give one another, being able to see each other, being able to express that, being able to find voice to what it is that we're working on and feel loved in that space, it allows for that ability to like feel the sense of fortitude to help identify and recognize what is energetically possible. While for masculine and feminine energy right now in separation, a lot of that work in terms of navigating and articulating this is why I keep on hearing that there's some kind of energy right now in separation that is navigating devastation to a certain extent, because this is the energy that feels terrible as it relates to situations that they may have aspired or desired to see something that they wish was different. But often those moments they feel like they're fortifying to ourselves, because I see this energy that says, make no mistake, I can tell the difference between something that I aspire to change, something that is within myself to work upon, versus something that would require me to give up on myself in the process of trying to heal it. And this is why I keep on hearing that a lot of that energy and separation, forging those new energetic connections, is giving each other support on that journey, because they're able to articulate and recognize what that work is that they're finding themselves in. And again, it's like almost the energy that says to each other, and this is why it's charity energy. It says, like, pardon our appearance, because they're saying, I am a work in progress. Continuing to get clarification between our Four of Wands in combination with our Nine of Pentacles. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with the Seven of Wands. So it's not easy, right? Like, and I got to stress this. Sometimes when things suck, you're moving in the right direction, right? And this is the important thing, right? When we're in a good space, we don't we don't work in that space of overly internalizing what is going wrong, because everything I keep on seeing right now is about what feels like it is constructive versus what feels like it is fortifying, right? Let's talk about nursing our wounds, right? When we nurse, it feels good to nurse our wounds. It feels good to try to find a reason why we're hurting, but it doesn't allow for a path work that is productive. And that's why I keep on seeing, like, when we dwell in something that feels good, like when we overwhelm in our space of sorrow, it doesn't create any kind of ability to heal something. Because when we dwell too much on something, we don't focus on solutions. We just keep on amplifying the problem, the reasons why not, instead of the reasons why to. Right. And I keep on seeing that there's some energy right now that's going through those frustrations of someone. I keep on hearing like the sob song that is evidence on why something can't change, because when someone is in a space where they're always sobbing, it doesn't allow for that space of bringing in a point of celebration in terms of identifying and recognizing what can change. And this isn't to say, listen very carefully, this isn't to say that your sorrow is not holy, but the sorrow that we feel, this is what we talk about with sacred heart energy, the ability to feel sorrow, but then to see a path through that sorrow, the ability to hold what one holds sacredly and allow it to identify and move us forward. Our sorrow becomes an altar. We build a sorrow around our altar because it changes us. We honor the change that we feel, but we do not fall hopeless before it. We find the power to move forward beyond it. It creates that sense of energetic purpose. It lights the way instead of dimming our light. Final card in today's spread, between our world card in its reversal, in combination with our, and that's coming through across all of the frequencies, right? Again, I keep on seeing that separation point between energy that identifies things as hopeless versus energy that says to one way, shape, or form, the gift of love is the hope that springs eternal. Final card today, between our world card in its reversal, in combination with our Seven of Wands in its upright. There's that chariot card. I cannot believe it. I love it. I'm sorry I'm laughing so much, because if you'll recall, yesterday we had a real whiz bang. We had a real whiz bang of a chariot card popping up, right? Because if you'll recall, yesterday we had the chariot card coming up with the King of Pentacles in its reversal, which is there right now, as well as with the Seven of Pentacles in its upright. So again, these are chariot lessons, right? It's working towards chariot lessons. And you have to understand, like, the thing with chariot energy is it's slow to start. Chariot energy is training wheels, right? Chariot energy is the observation of what you're working on, right? It's not that space that you say, I know exactly what I'm doing, right? That's always that's a caution point. Who the heck, like, who says that? Energy that's secure in doing something, like, often those spaces that we're working on something, it's coming through and being able to articulate and amplify the fact. I told you this is more of that work in terms of identifying, again, all of those messages that we got during the Mars retrograde, which is, again, confidence and courage are cousins. Like, it's like the energy, like energy that says trust me is often in that space of feeling energetically sure, but it's often the energy that is brave in the space of saying I'm doing the best that I can. I'm following the things the best that I'm able. I'm conscientious about myself every step of the way. It's often that, like, that is the energy that often builds into the heart of trust, because it is the space that we see the uncertainty. I keep on hearing the uncertainty paves the way for safety, because when we care about something, we are constantly despairingly worried that we're doing something wrong, right? It's the level and the nature of care that is amplified and blessed. It is blessed by our worry. It is blessed by our concern, because it is the weight of love that we carry, that we often feel like we don't know what we're doing, but we're doing our best. And that's why I keep on hearing this energy that's building into some chariot moments. I can see some energy like falling in love with someone right now and saying the amount that another was, like, like worrying about something, but the worry or the concern and being able to take apart something that they feel is the energy that says, never did I feel safer in the arms of energy that didn't just feel validated in feeling the things that they felt, but they did the hard, humble work of understanding the reasons why. While for masculine and feminine right now coming into divine union, this is the energy that again feels like they're in that space of healing, because this is the energy that says, I know that I'm not perfect, but I know where to put the work. And the energy says, if this is the energy saying trying, this is the energy that hears like the trying, the energy says the space of being perfective is in the trying of trying, because it is in the space that we say that we're trying, that we're holding a level or degree of worry about how well we're doing something, but is often the amplification of perfecting something, right? Like the act of perfecting something is literally in the space of saying I'm trying, because you're doing it, you're just qualifying the level or degree by which you are doing it. While for energy right now, deep within divine union, I keep on hearing that there's something really important about, I keep on hearing, it's just the same message coming through, which is the exquisite insistence of the sacred knot. That when we speak from a place of what we will not tolerate, right? In those moments that we articulate that, we hold into a point of constancy that feels like it is fundamental, because it allows us to see ourselves with more clarity. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with the sun card in its reversal, I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy here that it's working through frustration. It's working through the doubts of the self. It's like I keep on telling you guys, like the thing with these Venus retrogrades, and this is why I keep on saying, don't take things energetically personally right now, because in these moments where we feel energetically personal, where we take that point of feeling like hard on ourselves, we sometimes can't see with clarity. If you're going through it right now, so is everyone. The space of giving compassion for ourselves in moments that we feel hard, like, we don't, and I want you to feel like if you're feeling like that today, if you're feeling like that sense of hopelessness, I want you to recognize that maybe that's that moment of saying, how can you be your flashlight? How can you bring a little bit of that towards others? Because sometimes, like I'm telling you, these full, like coming out of these eclipse cycles are sometimes even harder than being in the eclipse cycle. Sometimes coming out of the eclipse cycles is harder than being in the eclipse cycles, because there's like it's like a lot of that amplification that we experience during it, and then sometimes coming out of it, it feels like a bit of a come down. It's like a lot of that, like, is that all there is? Like it almost like has a bit of moroseness to it. So I want you, if all you're doing right now is focusing on self-care, that's cool, right? Whatever makes you feel like you're like, let Libra guide you right now. Like build that space of identifying what makes you find that point of stabilization. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and sharing in it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a personal reading. I'm never going to PM you. I'm never going to DM you. I'm never going to slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Justice card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Hanged Man. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes, each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied thus far, but now's a great time to join. You've got a whole month to catch up if you'd like to. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we've currently learned or studying thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive um, full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. So that's over 12 hours worth of material to an ever growing library. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students, wherein I will assess where you are. I mean, you also have access to a complimentary mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your tarot journey to be able to understand, identify what the help, like the best help to help you move towards your tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your robust experience or your lack of experience prevent you from joining our class program. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings, services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal, spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings as well. You can purchase those on an individual level or as a series. I will ask that if you purchase the series, that you make sure to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key messages and themes coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. The thank and congratulations to Nikki. You got our highest gifter for today. And MP, you got our second one. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm taking a picture of today's spread. Just bear with me a moment. Hold on. Work with me here. If you guys would like to see today's spread, you can find it over on my Substack. It'll be posted there when we post the podcast. Cool. All right, I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. But if you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. We're also doing a contest right now. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll be getting there in no time. I love that you and Epi were battling. I'm here for it. Hi there, welcome. Hold on, just reading over some of the comments that came through. Dada, thank you as always for sharing the live. Always appreciate you. Thank you as well, Bridget. Hold on a moment. Boop, boop, boop. Hi there, Jamie. Welcome. Standing still is still scary. Are you a Sag? Say like Sages is like you can't do it. Like Sages are like it's like the worst. Hold on a minute. Yes, Sag moon, clumsy, but also Aries sun. So I love that. I love the Sag Aries because it's like, you know yourself, And thank you, Constant, for the follow. Me, hold on a minute, just reading over. Yep. Thank goodness that's their face. No, I mean, like, here's the thing. It's Capricorns. They have a sophisticated aura. Like sometimes they don't realize that others like they there's a severity to their gaze that others think they're like untouchable, you know? Like Caps are like, I am happy. I am very happy right now. And you're like, it's like inscrutable, you know? All right. My Leo liked to learn. She played with my head and heart for 7 years, and oh, well, I mean and I mean, I need to stress this out, like, a healthy astrological sign is never gonna play with your head, and I'm sending you support if that's something that happened, Frida, and I'm sending you continual healing. Hi there, Michelle. I'm a Cap Sun, Scorpio Moon, Leo rising, hot mess, but I love that. I mean, I think that there's something about that, that you're just like, you know, like it's giving me like you just like it's like I keep on hearing like you love a good like you love a good cliche, like you like it's like it feels a little kitsch, like you really you get kitschness is what I'm gonna cap. Scorpio Leo is someone who like loves kitsch is what I'm getting. Hi there, Sag Moon, Virgo Sun, Sag Rising energy is so intriguing. Being clumsy and feeling weird to perfection. Yeah, but it's the Virgo. Like the Virgo Sun is gonna look at the Sag and be like, I can't take you guys anywhere. Like, but you guys is you. You know what I mean? Like it's that moment that the Virgo looks at the Sag energy, and goes like, we should just never leave the house. You know? It's definitely interesting. No, I can see it. Like, it's like it's working through. It's like like you if you're healed, like I think you know this probably user to 11. It's like you understand, you hold really high standards, but you also you recognize and appreciate, like not like it's like you allow you don't let silliness intervene in it, you know? Oh my God, so freaking true. It's a constant bickering and spot on with Sag smiling, yet being a pain. Oh no, like a Sag and Aquarius is gonna be like professionally good at driving each other crazy by doing nothing. Like I'm gonna tell you right now, it's like it's gonna be like it's gonna have to be navigating the subterfuge. Like it's gonna be like, and that's the thing. Like you can't like they're gonna be like, stop doing that, and being like, I'm not doing anything. Like they're gonna be like, I'm not doing anything. Me, Yes, I like to run. Thank you for confirmation, Matilda. No, Sag is standing still is scary. And working again, Sag is like it's strong to learn how to stand still. I know, I hate it too. you know, I laugh. I have to laugh at them from time to time. I get it, Witchy. Hi there, Jamie. Welcome. Libra's beautiful energy. We were talking about it. And thank you, okay, for the follow. Wow, that's so well put. I do my best, Erin. Thank you for the popcorn, Bridget. Hi, Milsana. My show is on. Thank you, Bridget. All right. Thank you as well, Bluma, for being here and receiving these messages. And Maureen, thank you for the follow. Morning, Lay. Hi there, Miss L. Thank you for the follow as well. Witchy, yes, absolutely. I only just realized this and admitted this recently. Sending you support on that journey. Yes, to fear. Continue to work through that fear right now, Matilda. Shadow work for me. I know it's exhausting. Listen, everybody's got like the hangover coming out of this like this eclipse energy. I'm messy. I'm a messy work in progress, a mess in progress. Tap to claim, Frida. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you as well for confirmation, MP. And thank you, Pops. Good to see you. I know if you're feeling it, just be patient with yourself. Bottom of the barrel energy right now. Thank you for confirmation, Little. Lay, I need to book with you for interpretation on if I'm in divine union or not. I'm happy to read for you on that, Lay, if you'd like to get on the list or if you'd like to book a private anytime. Heading to work, half tomorrow off, and intend on tuning in. Happy Sunday to you as well, Lay. Thank you for the help, Pops. Your articulation, sincerity, and simplicity Lotions and ashy corner of my Virgo stellium. Oh my gosh, that's so beautifully put. I'm so glad these messages help you right now, user 211. And Frida, thank you for those gifts. 222 Nikki, tap to claim. Nikki, Sin, I fell asleep again to you, and everyone in my dream was talking like you. Oh no, I hope that's too much me. I hope it was annoying. I hope it was positive. I was like, what the heck? How did all these people get so emotionally intelligent? You're welcome. I hope it wasn't annoying. Like an episode of the Twilight Zone. Although I have to say, I'm very wisdomous. And thank you, Denise, for the crowns. I was like, hey, I'm the one that's supposed to know the secrets. I love that, Nikki. Insight on Neptune, first house, Placidus, third house, Chiron, um, and first house. It's working through painful feelings, 211. It's working through hurt feelings. It's working. It's a lot of that. I never got over that. And like having to understand, like Chiron says, you don't have to get over it. It's how you live with it. It's how you carry something, right? Like it's a lot of, and there may be a lot of work that you're doing in past life, because when I see someone with a lot of Pisces in the first house, there's potentially a lot of carryover from the past life coming into this one as well, right? It's like Pisces in the first house is always an indication point to me of an old soul. Right? It's like I got a lot of baggage. Here come the bags. Nikki, yes, we are just different versions of you. I love that. I love that. Nikki, thank you so much for the crowns. Hi there, Jacob. No apologies necessary. Grand Rising, Estevan. I hope you're doing well today. Love you so much. Perfectly resonating. Thank you, Trishina. Sending you support as well. Thank you for being here. You're right. Thank you for confirmation, Jacob. All right. And Masa, you're so welcome. Yes, the chariot lessons are coming in hot. 2 days. I just got to stress to you guys. All right. Listen, there's a lot of cards in this here deck. So the fact that we got the chariot in the same position on 2 days, like that's intense, you know? It's good. Bam, exactly. Thank you as well, Kat. Man, Taro is so cool. Chariot heard you the whole reading and wanted to punctuate. Yes. Chariot's like, not only am I a subscriber, like I like not only do I not like it was very much like I support this message, I support this initiative. It's very chariot. I just gotta point out it's very chariot of the chariot to be like like it's like that. Look at the universe just showing up. I love it. The collective is pretty well what I needed to hear. I'm so glad, MP. Thank you as well. Yes, trying to force things within my control right now. Care of self is key. Like start with the care of self, baby steps. Like I'm telling you right now, remember, chariot, like I got to point this out. Chariot energy is training wheels, right? Chariot energy is training wheels. It's baby steps, right? It's giving yourself that ability to be conscientious and present on that journey. You're so welcome, Matilda. I'm so glad this resonated. Carly, such a great read. I needed this message today. You're so welcome, dear, and thank you for stopping by as well. I said force, not focus. It's Mercury is in Gatorade. It's having real fun with like changing words and art. Like it's having a lot of fun changing words. Matilda, I needed to see this. A lot of hopelessness about love right now. Don't let it be hopelessness. You're not don't like hope is forward, not backward, right? Trying too hard to focus. You're so welcome, Bridget. Same. Definitely not one of the peeps in your dream. I have no brain cells at the moment. Well, again, here's the thing. I mean, it's if you're having a hard time recalling things right now or things are slipping your mind, it's because it's messing with our memory. Neptune is going forward when it should go backwards. Mercury is going forwards when it like going backwards when it should be forward. So it's like, oh, I already did that. It's like, wait, I mean, did I do that already? Did I, like it's messing, it can mess with us as it relates to where we put things like in our head. Yes, they were actually random people from my past. Yeah, they're, karmic, like karmic dreams, things in places where they shouldn't be. Absolutely, MP. Thank you. All right. Hold on a minute, just reading over the comments. You're so welcome, MP. Whoop. MP and I were battling. I love it. I'll just do, you want to read, use it for the dream. Oh, that's a good idea. Leaving the house equals collateral damage. Oh, I mean, like if you with someone like with someone who's got two Sag placements and a Virgo, it can feel like it is going to feel a little like I can't take you guys anywhere. Like, here's another little crown to help you with your goal. I really appreciate that, MP. Frida, appreciate the support. Left after 7 years, still healing. Sending you so much support on that journey, Frida. Taurus moon, Capricorn sun. But there's something really beautiful about that, Mia, in relationality to like, you know what it takes to get things done. Like that's a lot of work in relationality to perseverance and energetic commitment. I always love Taurus moon and Capricorn because it's like together, it's like, it's not about whether or not you can do something. It's like having the patience and fortitude to do something. It's really important there. Capricorn sun and rising, Cancer moon. Yeah, here's the thing is like that can be very difficult, Shelby. Like having a Capricorn sun with a Cancer moon, it's like working to try to bring your dreams into reality. It's coming into a lot of those spaces of identifying and recognizing like how one makes the dreams a reality, you know? Yes. We live for the interpretations. I love the love readings too. Thank you, Per. User 211, wow, understanding, hold on a minute. Wow, understanding that it's not need to get over it. That's beautiful. No, absolutely. No, user 211 with placements like that, it's understanding that it's not getting over things, it's how you carry them, right? The meaning that you give something that is energetically important. So if someone carries back, it's a karmic. If someone comes back, it's karmic. Not, I mean, here's like, not necessarily. I mean, like, not necessarily, because you have to I need to point this out. What we identify, like, and this is my interpretation. So I got to stress this. If something I say deviates here from how another person perceives it, this is the best of my understanding as it relates to it. Karmic is the word, just replace the word karmic for lesson, right? And I don't mean lesson in a negative way, right? We don't teach lessons, we work through lessons. So it's not the fact that everything from our past is karmic, because if we understand the nature of something and it returns back to us, it's not that we're learning more about it in the process of navigating it. Like karma becomes dharma in the space of understanding the energetic lesson, right? And I like to describe it as, and the way I see it personally is karma is the word for a lesson in process, right? Like you're working it out, right? Dharma is the ability to recognize and understand the lesson. It's understanding the nature of something, right? So I feel like that's a good way of kind of recognizing it. So you can't, karma does not need to be just something from the past. It can be something you're actively working on, right? It doesn't have to just be like, we don't want to just have those moments of saying everything from the past is karma, right? It's because it doesn't work. It's not, it's more complicated like that than that. And Christina, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. One moment. Hardy, ma'am, how's Mercury retrograde for me in this journey of Aquarius? I mean, for a lot of the energy right now, for those in Aquarius, Hardy, it's working through the fact that things don't need to be ideal. Things are never ideal. Ideal is what we do with less than ideal situations, not letting ideals stand in the way of getting something done. Being energetically practical might be a bit of a challenge point right now for Aquarius energy. Hardy, thank you for those gifts. Bridget, yes, I'm feeling like I'm in a constant state of past, present, and future. If you're having lucid moments right now, I would not be surprised. It's because of what's happening right now with Neptune moving forward, Mercury moving backwards. It's like very, very, it's like very lucid. You know, I swear I finished a project and then today I realized I didn't, but I remember finishing it. There you go. Exactly. Beautifully put. Yes. What is time and space? Exactly. Yes, it's making me feel a bit crazy. But again, just ground in it. Build into the presence of it. I'll write about karma and dharma in my journal, acceptance of it instead of fear, being present. You don't want to navigate anything with fear, right? Like that's the thing. Like we don't want to come into that space of like like that ability of inhabiting, that ability of being present. It's like I like to say it's like we find confidence in being able to navigate through things, right? Not allowing the anxiety to make something more energetically difficult. But I think that's a beautiful thing to write in your book, Matilda. All right, friends, we're going to get started right now on personal readings. But if you would like to get on the list, as I mentioned, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Woohoo! We're doing a dream reading for Nikki. I love it. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. We're also at 35K likes. When we get to 50K, we will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right, just making sure I have that photo. All right, what do we got here? And we've got it. Nikki. Okay, here we go with the dream read. Prepare for the thread. Okay, and again, so I'm going to read over the dream that we're interpreting for Nikki, and then we're going to read on it. The dream was people from my past talking like me. This is going to feel like, all right, talking like me, and one childhood best friend, another random girl I knew. I felt like, oh, you judged me before for my spirituality, but now you're all spiritual AF. Oh, telling me how to channel energy like I'm the student, felt attacked. Lol, like y'all, like how y'all know this. I get it. I know what's happening here. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yes, and I couldn't talk back in the same way. I felt left out. They were rude. I wanted to leave. Yes. Like, why'd you invite me here if you're just going to be rude and preach at me about my thing? I understand completely. Oh, I love dream readings. It really explores the blur of psychology and subconscious. Yes. Let's go, spirit. Absolutely, Zavri. All right. Is there anything more to that dream, or are we going to head forward and do a reading on that dream, Nikki? I already know what the dream. I already know what the dream's about. But I'm just going to get confirmation with the cards. Can I please get 4 cards for Nikki? Highest priority messages from spirit, please. Highest priority messages from spirit. Yes, 4 cards, please. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think it just felt like me out of here. Yeah, get me out of here. I already got it. Can I get more, please? Yep, and yep, thank you. Yep. Oh my goodness. Look at all these people. Okay, I got to stress this. Yeah, it's definitely a karmic dream. Look at this. Look at this. We've got the King of Pentacles in its reversal, the Knight of Cups in its reversal, and the Knight of Pentacles in its reversal, with the combination of the 10 of Pentacles in its reversal. I'm going to tell you exactly what Spirit's saying to give you an identification of the anxiety point coming through in the dream. Listened, but not absorbed. Listened, but not absorbed. Let's talk a little bit about spiritual posturing. So one of the things that we identify is that we always want to be in the context that spirituality should be a door. It should not be a wall, right? Spirituality should be a context by which we articulate and understand ourselves better. But there's a tendency, right? There's a tendency that we have to recognize that sometimes we build into spirituality to just empower ourselves further, right? It's that context by which it doesn't allow for an expansion point. It feels like something that we we literally, this is literally the context of the daily collective that we spoke about. Good spirituality typically doesn't feel good. Okay, like that's the thing about it. It requires us to have a level or degree of discomfort, right? We were literally talking about that at the time that you kind of went into the dream space. It's not something that you do to make you feel more confident in something that you don't feel confident in. It's being able to face your fear. It's being able to look at yourself with deepened clarity. So there's something really important that was being articulated in that dream space as it relates to some kind of feeling in the past of what I keep on seeing as spiritual posturing. And what is spiritual posturing? It's someone who learns the vernacular, right? It's someone who says something, but it doesn't feel like they understand it, but it feels easy to say it, right? Because you can avoid, I keep on hearing, you can avoid anything for anything. Changing the words does not indicate an ability to do the work. You can change the description of wanting to avoid something, right? Like we talk about this here. Like when someone, like, I need to point this out. A good example of this that we identify is when someone says, I was just being mean to you. Like me being mean to you, Nikki. I was just honoring my feelings. That's the reason I was cruel to you, is because I was just feeling like being cruel. So I was honoring my feelings. So that's me being spiritual by just, like saying that the reason I was being a total jerk was because I was feeling energetically called to do so. Like, again, it's like the guides were kind of showing you that dream to say what's excusable is energetically inexcusable, right? You can call it anything that you want, but you can't, like, often spiritual posturing, the best way I can describe it is when someone is being a total jerk. It's like when someone's being a total jerk, but they're wrapping it in like this the shell of spirituality or the shell of something to feel validated in being more of a jerk about something, right? And so they're saying that there's something about that, like there's something about that space that is almost like the understanding. And that's why I keep on seeing listen but not absorbed. The lesson that is understood makes us softer in the process of knowing it. But when we want to avoid something, this is why we can't approach a spiritual practice in the hope that it'll fix us. Nothing is a fast entry point to the things we want to avoid. It starts with the self. You can call it anything you want, but if you're utilizing spirituality like a shield to avoid you from doing the work of the self, you're doing it wrong. Bottom of the deck, yeah, it's much the same as the difference. And the way you can usually tell if someone's on a healthy spiritual pathwork or negative is the difference between energy that is confident or courageous. We talked about this. What is confidence? I feel validated from where I stand. I don't need to think about how you feel. I'm in that space. I'm like earmuffs, right? The spiritual earmuffs going, no, 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 no. I can't hear you because I'm energetically blessed. No, 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 I'm sorry, I can't hear you because I'm blessed. That's confident. That's unhealthy spirituality. It's the energy that dwells in assurance that tries to graft onto spirituality because it allows them to ignore things. When we're in a healthy space, we're energetically courageous in the space of spirituality because it moves us to our higher self, and it requires that sense of interrogation. It requires that space of being able to understand the self better. Hard work is the definition of a healthy spiritual practice and a healthy spiritual life. An energy that is not willing to do that work will sometimes give the spirituality as a reason why not. While the healthy spirituality is the energy that's always in the space of recognizing and understanding where the work is, right? It's a difference between someone saying, I'm perfect, and you're not, versus the energy that says we're all doing the best that we can. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, things in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Also, my friends, we are at 35.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, if you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we post the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we post the photos. It'll be also be up as a podcast over on the play over on Spot at Tarot Church or over on my Substack. All right, just bear with me a moment. Sorry, Mercury's in the Gatorade, so I have to post things double. We're gonna give the retrograde its due. All right, 1 second. There we go. Perfect. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. Perfect. There we go. All right. Hi there, Per. One moment. Everything in reversal. And this, I mean, when I see the cards here in reversal, this is saying to me that the energies in the reading were karmic, because you'll recall what we were articulating about the fact that energy that's in karmic is energy where there's still open lessons upon it. You know, it's giving a lot of that space about energy trying to like find reasons to avoid doing something instead of finding, like, it's saying to me that like there's some kind of articulation about some of that path work. And this, I have to stress this, this is a very heavy reading for Leos, because this is about coming into the space of feeling the courage to be the self, right? So this is almost like, I feel like this would identify for Nikki. There's been a lot of energy that was not as brave as Nikki was, or feeling that sense of trying to give reasons why they shied away from being their highest self, and being triggered by their presence there in the meantime, right? Like, I keep on seeing that there was something really important about that dream that was identifying like energy always finding a reason why not, looking for reasons to validate them, like validate fear, as opposed to like finding and overcoming the barrier of the self to move with intention. Absolutely. True spirituality feels rough. It's rough on them streets, man. It's rough. It's a battle. Like it's like working through the space, you know? It's not easy, you know? The vernacular, you're right. Thank you, Nikki. It really feels like spring. Lovely little flowers. Oh, I love that, Miss Melissa. Good to see you. Nikki, it was the way they were talking like they knew, but they didn't know, and it felt like an attack. Yeah. Like again, it's saying to me the ability to recognize, like I keep on hearing the difference between like shielding and absorbing. Like when we absorb something, we say something because we understand it. When we just listen to something and we repeat it, it's not that the message gets through. It makes something more convenient, like trying to find a convenience point by saying something but not embodying it. I just got the sending you support, Miss Melissa. Yes, the wrapping. Thank you. Bridget, it's like the Yeshua is king people. It's like good. Like that's how is that helpful? Yeah, great. Yeshua's king. Okay, moving on. Like what does that mean? Walk me through it. Thank you. Yes, ego, spiritual posture. It was like using the language. Yeah, I mean, again, it's easy to say things. It's a different thing to embody it, you know? Thank you for the follow, Fox. And thank you for those gifts. Addie, like energy vampires. I mean, like again, I mean, I think that I mean, it has to do with like working on the self versus looking for reasons to avoid the work on the self. I am not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of ascribing a lot of these words like vampire, narcissist. I feel like it's really just down to, are you doing the work to understand who you are? Are you living in an authentic way? Are you building empathy for those around you in the same way that you aspire to receive? Or are you looking for reasons to avoid that work? Like, it's like like if there isn't are you in or are you out, it's like that's the in or out. Like, are you present? Are you truly like invested in understanding your journey? Or are you just looking for a fast pass through it? You know? I was like, "You're talking like you get it, but you don't, and you're treating me poorly, so you don't." Exactly. Like you like it's saying to me that there's something beautiful because they're actually saying that something about your own spiritual journey has helped you see through the veil as it relates to being able to hear the difference between someone that postures versus someone that's like effectively embodying those journeys. Thank you. I thought it was a beautiful dream message, Per. I agree. I'm glad. Thank you for also receiving that message, Addie. You're so welcome, Nikki. I think it relates to family being judgmental. It probably, I mean, like, it says to me, like, a lot of, like, they're saying to me, like, you're doing a lot of that work and healing something in a big way. But it's also like saying to me that you're finding the courage in order to do so, you know? Yes, I have that too. We know what's best, not what we know what's best, not what we want, what's best for you. Tap to claim, Bridget. Zavri, one moment, dear. Hold on a minute. How do spiritual people meet like a church but not Christian? Well, I mean, I think when you look at spirituality across the planet, one of the things I think is beautiful is there's always those understandings. I like to call them the universal precepts of faith. And one of them is building into this the context that it feels restorational and healthy to be in a space to be able to share a message or to share a frequency. So I need to point this out. Like, church to me is a healthy frequency. This is why we often see that churches used to be place where we had frequencies that emanated from them. There's often music associated to it because that ability of making a joyful noise, I would articulate that church is wherever we make a joyful noise, where we feel like we are seen and held by one another, both emotionally, spiritually, and often audioly. I hope that helps, Sabri. They have them. I think they're called unity churches. Yeah. I mean, what is a church if not a place to make a joyful noise? Nice to meet you. Thank you, guys. Agree. Spiritual battles for sure. Spirituality is a personal journey between source and self. Beautifully said, Bridget. Tap to claim. Thank you. You're welcome. I was on your FYP and I drew you in. Welcome and thank you for being here, Fox. That's helpful. Labels aren't productive. I feel like, labels are productive if they help us be more prescriptive as they don't move us away from doing something. Right? Like, that's the only thing I think we always have to be very conscientious of. Like, if we have a label on something and it helps us take care of something better, then it's a label that helps us work to define and articulate what we need. But we always want to like avoid the space that labels become an excuse, right? We don't want to be in a space where it helps us avoid something further. It should be, I need to point this out, a healthy label should feel like a badge of honor. It should feel like something that helps us understand ourselves better, right? Not the space of making us feel like we have to like feel like we're some kind of energetic pariah. And so that's what I get nervous about with labels. I feel like sometimes that happens. Yes, I agree. I need the social aspect though. No, and here's the thing, Zavri, like that's important. The fact that if you identify and you need something, then that is something that is energetically healthy to you, right? Like, in that ability to understand and recognize that, a good spiritual practice is one that feels like it's supportive to your emotional and spirit, like your emotional body as well as your physical body. So again, if that's something that you define as good for you, then by all means, like that's not something that you should feel embarrassed about. Yes, exactly. It's great that you recognize that. Exactly. Music has been a backbone for me. So again, like understanding that these are things that help you stay in alignment with yourself, like that is beautiful. TikTok is your church. Here's the thing, if it's something that helps you feel stable, if it's something that grounds you, I need to point out the difference between something that feels supportive is and functional is something that feels like it gives to you instead of takes away from you. Right? It's a difference between feeling like it amplifies versus something that feels like you need it. Yes. Exactly, tarot church. I always have to stress, like, Witch's Brew helped me come up with that name. I'm always appreciative of her for that. Thank you. You're so welcome, Zavri. All right, my friends, we are going to continue. The next person on the list for today is MP. MP, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. We are also at 40.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I've got you, MP. You're so welcome. Thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing that dream with us. Okay. Can I please get 2 cards for MP, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit. Ooh, we got 3 cards coming through. All right. So I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna work you through a little bit of what I'm seeing right now. So I feel like I see some kind of circumstance or situation where you're letting go of regret. But I have to stress this. If there's something here, like it feels to me like I almost see you like looking back on some kind of circumstance or situation and um not appreciating something, like there's something important here. And I have like I have to stress this because this is coming through in a very important way. We are only in a place that we can appreciate ourselves like others when we can appreciate ourselves. And so they're saying that if there's something about this that I'm seeing here that you're looking back on and you're being very hard on yourself, um, I want you to identify and recognize that there's something about acknowledging that is its own breakthrough. There's something about seeing something right now with clarity. Um, I keep on hearing it's a rough gift. And often, I got to stress this, rough gifts are often those path points where we're having the formation of wisdom, right? Like wisdom is created in spaces where we sometimes look back and we say to ourselves, I couldn't see it at the time. Oh my, like, you know what I mean? You know, like often I keep on hearing wisdom is often formed in the space or the ability to look back upon something and recognize that we missed something. So I want you to understand that because they're saying to me that one, like that is an amplification point in how much you've changed because it says to me that you're reprioritizing things in ways that you're building a deeper appreciation. Two, it's also saying to me that hindsight is not 2020. There are things that we can see in the present that we literally could not see as we are experiencing them. Like sometimes, I keep on hearing protection comes in many forms, and sometimes that in itself, it feels like it's energetically corrective, right? Because they're saying to me that something that you're understanding or something that is coming to you right now, they keep on saying you're never on time. Like you're never not on time for your own journey, right? It's never, it like often, I keep on hearing realization does not come too late. It comes when we're ready to accept something. It comes when we're ready to see something. So I want you just to be a little bit energetically mindful there, because I feel like, again, there's something about there's something about this Neptune, there's something about this Neptune transition that I feel is like having a deep impact on your feelings, particularly in the realms of sentimentality, or building into that space of feeling some kind of like sadness about the past. But remember, the reason that the present is a gift is because it allows for the pathwork of correction in terms of things that we could not see. So I just want you to be a little bit energetically mindful and compassionate with yourself if you're going through that journey, right? Because they keep on saying to me, something that you're recognizing about yourself now, or something that you're recognizing about a situation, it's arriving because I keep on hearing, you're not late to that understanding. You're arriving to it because you're ready. Bottom of the deck, yeah, like, and I have to stress this, like, sometimes when we're not in an emotionally stable place, we can't see things. And I feel like they're actually saying to me that something about you seeing something in that way is being characterized because you've reached a point of emotional stability, that you're able to identify something that you couldn't see before. So it says to me, like, make sure that you're giving yourself a lot of compassion for that journey right now, right? Being able to, um, like, your own, like, you see things. The reason you're seeing something that you couldn't see before is because you're no longer the person that was blind to it, is what I keep on hearing. So appreciate how far you've come. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, MP. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. I am going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We are also at 44K. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. Also, we're going to be opening up to 1 card readings for subscribers. So if you are a subscriber and would like to have a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to pull a card for you. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through. All right. Yes, thank you for confirmation, MP. All right. And thank you for those gifts, Heather. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for the gifts, Julie. And thank you, Saris, for the follow. Thank you, Eloisa, for the follow as well. And yes, thank you for sharing your dream, Nikki. I really appreciate that. All right. I like to believe we're all queens here, Nikki. Thank you. And thank you for the follow, Saris. Thank you for confirmation code. Thank you as well, MP. Rose-colored glasses were on. Yes, synchronicities, tap to claim. Oh, look, a parade. Exactly. But here's the thing, like, that's why, like, sometimes I need to point this out. When we look back and we see something that we couldn't see before, like, that is the gift. Like, I keep on seeing, like, it seems to me like I can see something that you're being very hard on yourself with, but they're saying, like, the guys just keep on saying, you're ready to recognize it. Like, they're saying, like, you would not have been in an emotional like, they're saying that there was something about the past version of you that would not have been in an emotionally, like, it would have, like, sometimes, like, like, this is what we talk about the fact that clarity sometimes comes in moving forward, because that ability, it feels like some kind of circumstance or situation that was creating some kind of sense of confusion. Arriving when ready, tap to claim per. Thank you as well for confirmation, MP. You're so welcome, dear. I know, I like that Queen of Cups energy, because it does say to me, it feels like there's almost something that you were like being spiritually protected from. It feels like something that you know, like that ability of recognizing and saying like, wow, like how did I get through that? Like the guides are like, we helped you. Like we helped you. The guides are like, hi. Hello there, and thank you, Rainbow. Angel, one moment, please. Seeing something you've never seen because you're no longer blind to it. Absolutely. And Denise, thank you so much for getting on the list, dear. You'll be the next person read for. Can I please have a one card spirit led? Absolutely, Bridget. Can I get one card for Bridget, please? Spirit led, highest priority messages for spirit, please. Um, dude, don't be so hard on yourself right now. I mean, we're coming out, we're coming out of a really intense eclipse cycle. And I gotta stress this, and I always like to talk about this. The come down from coming out of the eclipses often feels worse than being in the energetic eclipse cycle. Because it's like navigating the blahs. You know what I mean? Like it's like don't overly internalize the blah energy right now. We're coming out of an eclipse cycle. It's not you, it's just the energetic vibe right now. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. It's actually, I keep on stressing the thing about this is, and this is why, remember how I told everybody right now, like, please do not use, please do not let the, please do not let the eclipse be the moment that you decide to build your villain arc. Because I can't remember what I was saying. Remember when I was kept saying to everybody, like, please do not let the eclipse be the moment that you decide to build your villain arc, because it's not. It's like coming out of the blind. It's like, oh, it's like you come out. You're like, what was it? Like as like it's a lot of that. Like it's feeling that space. I feel like it's almost like the realm of someone owing you an apology. You know, because I can see the fact that you've been navigating something just being energetically consistent. Like the thing is, it's not about here's the thing. Some eclipse cycles are not about doing anything like wild. It's about doing being energetically consistent through it. And so the guys are saying to a certain extent, congratulations, because you didn't let it get to you. And even though it feels like it feels a little right now, Thank you. One card for Chrissy regarding the connection, please. Highest party messages from spirit. Um, Remember, recognize and understand what is productive communication versus not. Again, when Neptune is in this space, sometimes, again, the past emotionally, physically, or spiritually comes back. But that's why the guides are saying, recognize and identify what feels like it is productive, what feels like it's moving with a point of direction versus someone trying to be reminiscent. I keep on hearing reminiscent, yeah, here it is. Reminiscent doesn't fix things. Fixing things fixes things, right? It's not about this is the Neptune energy. Understand that depth of feeling does not erase direction. Directions are directions. So just be mindful of that, because I see someone that wants to come towards you potentially in the space of reminiscing, but you'll know everything you need to know about whether they're healed unless if they're coming towards you, both reminiscing and also talking about what they can do differently. Thank you so much, Chrissy, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. Ooh, you made chili? I love chili. It's so good. It's just the best, Like, who doesn't like chili? It's like, who doesn't like chili? It's like the best. Can we follow up on the dream with the one card? Absolutely. Can I get one card, please, for Nikki? A follow-up on the dream. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of karmic work that you've had to do with energy that was trying to convince you that um, healing was just you learning to be more patient. Patience, you know what we work through here. Patience, often energy um, that tries our patience will make us feel like we are angry people, right? Like there'll be those moments where you ask something again and again and again, and then they'll just look at you and be like, when you finally have those moments of eruption, being like, why are you so angry? Right? Because when someone doesn't absorb something, when someone uses another like fancy words to block something, it's like they avoid doing work. And then often we get frustrated because we keep on trying to communicate to someone and they're using words as a wall. And then when we finally reach that point that we like lose our patience and we explode on them, they look at us and say, you know, you've got some real issues with anger. Are you always that upset? You know, maybe you should see somebody about that, right? It's identifying that when someone is testing our patience, it doesn't require us to be more patient. It's observe the fact that they're trying to do is build a context by which they tell us that we are unhealed because we're not being impatient enough with their refusal to progress. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, you don't have to stick around for every lesson. Spirits like straight up about this. That the ability to understand, identify the energy that wants to work is the energy that doesn't articulate, like does not try to find a reason not to work by saying, like by utilizing the right words. And it says to me that you've had to go through a lot of path work of energy, like trying to build you into like, I keep on hearing a relationship shouldn't be an endurance exercise, but unhealthy energy will make you feel like it is one. Thank you so much, Nikki, for being here and receiving these messages. Hi there, Grace. Thank you for confirmation, MP. One moment. Hold on a minute. Can you look for a card, please? Deborah, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Denise, if you could also let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Yes, like I say, thank you. You're so welcome, Nikki. Rainbow, anything exciting about the semi-sane person many of us are sort of connected to similarly? I mean, it's I like that semi-sane. I like semi-sane. That's great. That's a great word. I like that. I'm gonna keep that one. Semi-sane. Semi-sane. I like that. Hi, Heather. Good to see you. One card for Grace, please. Semi-sane. Oh my gosh, that's my new. Thank you, Heather. You've made my day. Can I get one card? One card for Heather, please. I mean, sorry, one card. Sorry, one card for Grace. Sorry, one card for Grace. Yeah, because here's the thing, like, you know, I gotta stress this, like speaking about, speaking about, like say, like it's interesting that you like, and it's interesting because it's saying to me like Heather's statement falls breathes into your reading to a certain extent, Grace, because it's saying to me that like a good energetic connection for you doesn't make you question your sanity, right? If you're doing something and you're doing just fine, and another person, and if something works for you and it doesn't have to work for another person, you know, you're freelancing. I keep on hearing you're like you have to understand that there's something happening with your path that feels like energetic freestyling or freelancing, which means like if it works for you, it works for you. You know, you know, it's like you look around, is everything working? Is it fine? Good. You don't have to defend it to anyone. You know, like it's like the energy that understands it doesn't have to be for them. It's like it's just like I keep on hearing like good energy for you understands different strokes, right? When someone's freestyling, if someone doesn't want to like freestyle, then they don't have to. You know, it's like yeah, like the difference. I keep on saying that the what is the song of energy that's innovating? What is the song that energy that innovates hears? What is the song that energy that he innovates hears? You're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. That's not how you do it, right? Yeah, that's the song that an innovator hears everywhere around them as they're energetically innovating. And that's why again, as long as you see evidence for something that feels like it is supportive for you, it's like not navigating that like like working through the energy that feels like it's supportive versus the energy that feels like their love is coming out towards you in the space of fear, you know? Thank you, Grace. One card for Sunny around J, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. If they're consistent, they've got a hard time staying consistent about things. You know? Are they Gemini energy? Like, it's not to say, listen, that's not to say that all Geminis are like that. But like there's something about this here where I feel like they're very quick to change their mind on things. So their consistency, you'll know if this energy is ready in so much as they don't apologize for opening up, right? Like if this is someone that's apologizing for opening up instead of recognizing that that openness is something that's welcome. Like I feel like they're like yeah, like yeah, they're working through an intimacy wound. They have to stop apologizing for being energetically open, is what I keep seeing. Like they have to work in terms of feeling that energy of saying like I I open my heart unconditionally, right? And when we open our heart unconditionally, it's we don't get reactive and say never mind when we feel like it doesn't bring it out in another person, right? When we say unconditional, it's like I keep on hearing the energy saying like unconditional means unconditional in the space of saying I'm not saying something to generate the same vibration from you. I'm in the same position. Thank you, Deborah. If we're doing one card for Addie. You got two cards coming out. It's interesting because I was about to shuffle them, but they just came out here. Um, don't be adaptable right now. And it's interesting too. I gotta stress this. I know that I just gave a reading um, that said, and this is just to show you how different the readings sometimes are. Like I was just talking towards the previous reading that was saying, look for consistency. This reading is saying it's okay to change your mind about things, and that in fact, an ability to be adaptable and changeable as long as you're able to articulate the reason why, right? I feel like there's something that you're trying to do differently now, and it's requiring a little bit of adjustment to a schedule, right? Energy not taking that personally, but being supportive. So make sure that you're communicating that because I keep on seeing that there's a lot of incubation energy around you right now. And I keep on hearing if energy that is supportive of you will not take it part personally if you're trying to do something in a new way. They're going to be very supportive of it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, but energy that's only trying to get something from you will take it personally. Right? Like everything you need, I keep on hearing everything you need to know will be amplified and articulated in you taking your time back in some way. It's like, thank you so much for having that reading with me. Yes, I definitely felt that in the space last week. Thank you for confirmation, Bridget. Happy Sunday, Erica. I want to run away. Oh, Deborah, like move it, like listen, no running, like build into a place of intentionality, you know? Like I know that there's a lot of anxiety potentially coming out right now, but let it move you into space of intentional action, right? Don't let the anxiety get the best of you. Find that healthy anchor. Yes, I was totally in the eclipse energy last week, constantly said, no, no, bad Bridget. Yes, exactly. But that's good. But here's the thing that's good. Like, it's like, I think that like the guys were saying, like, good for you. Like, they was giving you like some kind of vote of confidence and saying that they saw the fact that you were doing that work. When one card on former BF moving towards me to actually talk or even in person. I mean, the thing about it that I'm seeing, it's not due to a lack of desire. I see some kind of energy that genuinely misses you in some way, shape, or form. Bottom of the deck, I keep on hearing the word is productive, right? I keep on hearing everything that you need to know as it relates to that energetic connection has to do in relationality to what you can expect from one another, right? Um, I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing something too, like a healthy relationship doesn't avoid a hard conversation. It's the ability, like it requires us to be able to, like, work. I keep on hearing, like, work through a rough patch effectively. So there's something very interesting about that, because they're saying to me everything you need to know, and this is why they kept on saying that, like yesterday, everything you need to know. If this is an energy that comes back towards you and says, let's just forget it, never happened, like, just be conscientious, because it's going to happen again, right? If this is the energy says, like, I'm ready to talk about something, like, that's how you're going to know that something can move into a vibration of healing. You're so welcome, Chrissy. The force to run back to the past was strong, but I knew it was not my energy. Tap to claim, Bridget. I saw a thing on how long does it take to clean a garage, and was like, interesting. Oh, after my juice cleanse, yes, all the eating will be done. Oh my gosh, how much longer do you have to go, Bridget? Nikki, oh my God, yes. I got in a big fight with my mom last night because I'm sick of the BS. Don't get triggered. Remember, like, try to have a conversation that feels like it's productive, not emotionally reactive right now. All right. And Denise, I'm still waiting for your question, dear. Did I miss that? Oh, I see it now. I got you, dear. All right. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. Okay. Enjoy. Oh my gosh, yes. Can I have one card, Erica, about my relationship? Can I get one card for Erica? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. I mean, this feels like positive. This feels like something energetically constructive. It keep on hearing room to build. I think that a lot of it is working through the space of navigating options, or I keep on seeing, like, working upon something in a way that feels like it's energetically productive. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like there's something about helping someone reach a decision about something. You know, it's a little bit of this energy in terms of having to say to someone, like, help me help you. Like, how can we work more productively and effectively with one another? You know, like, goal setting is what I keep hearing. Ooh, simple version. Use canned chili plus onions, garlic. Sounds delicious. Now I'm hungry. Denise, I got you, dear. I'm seeking clarification on a colleague's sincerity who's honest, who's false. Okay, is this an individual energy? I can do a read on the energy to see what their intentions are. Grace, I already pulled a card for you, dear. It was a card about, like, understanding, and again, maybe potentially this is also in relationality to the dream. But the message that was coming through is you don't need to explain your path work to anyone. Like, your path work is yours. If it's like, you don't need someone that makes you question the logic of it. It's like, as long as it feels like it's supportive to you, it doesn't need to be, like, it doesn't it's like, if it works, it works. It doesn't need to be criticized. Thank you, Grace. Rainbow. I meant same, not semi-sane. I think we're hanging on to sanity here. Here's the thing about it. Like, I keep on seeing, like, a lot of the Mercury retrograde slips right now have to do with, like, typing. Hi there, Grace. What about your podcast, dear? All right. Yes, right. I felt better lately, meditating daily. I'm very glad to hear that you're finding that healthy grounding right now, dear. You're so welcome. Yes, that is very helpful. You're so welcome, BPD. Rainbow whistles as she backs away into corner so no one notices she apologized for opening up earlier. Sending you support, Heather. I'm seeking clarification on there. Yep, I've got you, Denise. All right. And as I'm waiting for clarification for Denise, let me continue. One card for Ruby. What to do about house. Um, I mean, it's saying to me, like, have you outgrown something here? Like it's saying to me like something. It feels like something has reached some kind of level of discomfort for some in some way. Bottom of the deck. I feel like there's a conversation to be had in relationality to what is sentimental versus what is practical. You know, like that's all I keep on seeing here. It feels like it almost feels like there's somebody holding on to some kind of guilt about something that needs to be released. You're so welcome, Addie. Hi, Tate. One card, dear. Good to see you. I love it. Bridget gets so excited when you're here, Tate. Can I get one card for? I mean, we all get excited. I love seeing Bridget's enthusiasm. Okay, good to see you, dear. Can I get one card for Tate, please? Highest party messages from Spirit, please. Listen, this energy. I mean this with all the love of my heart. This energy is trash right now. Okay, I mean it's like the. I mean we are coming out of an eclipse season that feels like it's like the eclipse season that feels like a meat grinder. And like on top of it, we even now like we've got a lot of eclipse hangover. I was literally saying this earlier. Sometimes coming out of the eclipses feels worse than being in the eclipse energy because it's like the eclipse come down. So I want you prioritizing self-care right now. Don't get frustrated. Don't get reactive. Just be patient with yourself and let that extend to those around you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this Queen of Wands energy. I just keep on seeing like circumstances or situations. Um, you know, if someone is if someone feels like they're intentionally misunderstanding them, you don't need to like misunderstanding you. Like you don't need to continue to clarify yourself, you know? Like remember, like if someone is being confusing and when you're asking for clarity, they're never going to tell you, they're never going to say, well, I'm trying to like be confusing. Like no vagary, you know? Like if someone can, it's giving me a lot of like state your business, right? It's just, it says to me, like, that's what I mean. Like, don't let yourself get like pulled into a conversation that doesn't feel like it has a productive, solution to it, you know? Thank you, Tate. Nikki, I'll try my best. I got to stick up for myself and my new relationship. Always. Absolutely, Nikki. Sending you support on that journey. I feel like the vibration shifts with this connection depending on when I'm talking with them. Um, I'm not sure what that means, Rainbow, but I hope it's in a positive way. Did I see your query? I did. So it sounds the only difference I saw, Denise, that I wanted to clarify for is are we talking about, and I'm not sure if you heard me, are we navigating a specific connection or multiple? Because it's hard when we're reading from, like, I just wanted to identify. I actually asked, I said, are we reading, are you just trying to get the intentions of a particular energy, like what their perspective is? Heather, last night and tonight, it feels more like Virgo energy and was looking at their Pluto and Scorpio. I mean, like working through a lot of that Virgo energy right now is still like, it's still I want to I'm telling you, it has like the reason that we're seeing a lot of that work as it relates to Virgo coming through is like reorienting ourselves to perfected instead of perfect, you know? No problem, Grace. No, it's okay. I didn't see my first message come through. I'm happy to repeat it, dear. Okay, one moment. I'm just reading over Denise's message. There are two colleagues that I'm looking for clarification. Okay, so if it's easier, so what I can do, Denise, if it helps, is I could draw cards, two cards for each. Let me know. They also have Lilith in Scorpio, eighth house Scorpio, which I do think they have like, I mean, what does that like what does that mean when you describe the word like like that term? I mean, the thing with Lilith in Scorpio is like that's someone who's always kind of like pushing into their own discomfort. I don't know. I don't like the idea. I don't like the idea of speaking towards understanding our signs as a point of mastery. I think it's more about working through the energetic lessons. I'm not a big fan of that term. Could you have a card? Can I have a card on how he's feeling? Yes. One card for Ava, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. All right. I mean, I see someone that's working through a lot of anxiety right now. Like they have a tendency of closing off when they're feeling anxious because it almost says to me like there's a mindfulness, like better not to say something from a point of anxiety than like, you know what I mean? Like it almost feels like someone trying to get in a headspace. Yeah, like not wanting to be misunderstood, like trying to compose themselves to a certain extent. Denise, one is never and the other one is newer and the other I've worked with for years. Got you, dear. Okay. Bella. All right, so if you're comfortable with that, Denise, I'm going to draw two cards. I'll do um, two cards. The first two will be the newer energy, and the other two will be the older energy, if that works. Let me know. Can I please have, can I please have, and if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, or for the gift of a baby dragon. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Hold on a minute. Okay. And just a reminder, when we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. We are very close right now, guys, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And let me just put this here. And if you want to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. There we go. Perfect. All right. We're good. There's just a lag between responses. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Grace. And Florida, thank you for the follow. Okay. All right, can I get 2 cards? 2 cards, please, for Denise on the new energy. Thank you. And 2 cards for Denise on the old energy, please. Thank you. Oh man, are these guys like what do these two do these do that do these guys got beef? What's going on here? I'm drawing, yeah, I knew it. Yeah, like this is feeling like some kind of situation of someone trying to get your like all right, I'm gonna tell you I'm gonna tell you a little bit about what I'm seeing here, and then I'm gonna start asking for some clarification. I'm getting like the thing about it is whatever this new energy is it feels a little bit like a new kid on the block energy, you know? Like it feels like I see someone, I don't know what it is between you and the old energy, but I almost see a situation where someone feels like they're not being given some kind of energetic chance. Like it's seeing like I see you and another person, and it's giving some kind of vibe of like you can't sit with us. Like it's giving. I don't think you're intending to do this, but I don't think you recognize. I keep on seeing it's like you and another person don't recognize how intimidating you guys are. Like is what I'm seeing here. Like it really like. Here's the thing about it, like it's like it feels like they're saying everything you need to understand is coming by means of anxiety, like everything that you're seeing here, but it's like the thing about it, and I think I keep on hearing, I think you're misreading someone's anxiety point, because it feels like someone going out of their way to try to impress you. Like, is what I'm seeing. Have you ever, like, I need to point this out. Have you ever had those moments where you're like, and sometimes, listen, sometimes when we don't realize our self-worth, things like this, like, will fly straight over our head, out the window, and down the block for like far away. Um, it feels like energy, like whoever this, like, it feels very like it feels like someone who desperately wants to to feel included in something. Um, but and I think that there's also a note to be taken because there's something about the way they perceive you and another person that they feel incredibly intimidated. Like it's like I can see someone that is tripping over themselves, like trying to impress you. And I can see you looking at another person and being like, what the heck are they doing? Like, what the heck are they, like, what on earth, like, what on earth are they doing? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and sometimes, like, um, you know, I feel like there's like, how do I explain this? And I don't, I also, I need to point this out. I do feel like, I'm not sure why I'm getting this, but it feels like the person who's there longer does feel like energetically intimidated in some way, shape, or form, because it says to me like they see something in the context of being like, that looks like someone trying to go out of their way to impress someone, you know? Like, and I can see someone who's very protective over you. Like, it's giving me like, whoever this older energy is, it feels like a lot of like state your business kind of energy. And that's the thing. Like, I see the older energy that understands. And this is, I need to point this out. Um okay, there's a couple things. Listen, this is the you got to be a neutral, you got to be neutral in something here. Okay? Because I this is what I effectively see is happening. Okay? I see one person trying to go out of their way to try to impress another. And then meanwhile, I see an older energy that's like, impression, like, impressing isn't polite. Impressing gets you nothing. Right? Like, it's like when you impress, and here's the thing about it. Okay, I need to point this out. Um, okay, okay, this has been coming through like wildfire the last few days. So let me walk this through. Um, healthy in enthusiasm, right? Healthy enthusiasm always needs to be navigated with the comfortability of another, right? Because we can be really excited and eager to do something, but in that space that we say, like, I want to say, like, the word that always is the modulator when it comes to older energy or energy that understands this is, um you know at your leisure. Why do we see at your leisure? Because, like, it's the moment that we understand that, um we, like, it's not like, enthusiasm isn't courtesy, because the excitement that we feel sometimes prevents us from being able to do something, because we're too driven in terms of what we do to be mindful as to how it makes another person feel comfortable, right? And so I keep on hearing there is like a massive generational gap that is occurring right now between you and, like, you, this new energy and this old energy. And it's difficult because it says to me that a lot of the responsibility that's on you is having to act as some kind of bridge. You know what I mean? Like, you have to act as like a bridge to a certain extent
to help the energy not misunderstand each other, right? Because I see the new energy being like, why is that person so stuck up? Why is that like the energy being like, why are they so stuck up? And another person being like, they're not being stuck up. Like it's not they're not being stuck up. They're working in it like they're working in a space of like prioritizing. They're working in a space of comfortability, right? And so it almost feels like um it's having to require something here. Like I keep on seeing that you have to give each person like help in navigating the other, right? So, and one of the things you have to say to the younger energy is, listen, courtesy isn't insisting on things. When you insist, you're not being attentive as to another's needs, right? Um, like that ability of identifying that, it's like finding ways of being energetically enthusiastic um, that don't don't create like I keep on seeing create don't feel like they're overly focusing on another, right? It's like it's kind of having to say to someone like the beauty of focusing on let the I keep on hearing let the work speak for itself is almost what I'm getting, which is very interesting. Now, while at the same time, I'm almost recognizing and identifying that for the energy on the other side, like this older energy having to say, they're coming across that way because they want they want they want like they're trying they want to they like you like I almost don't want they're like you have to say to someone sometimes someone looks I don't this is like someone geeking out on another person, like they're excited, but like being able to help them understand that that energy is like I keep on hearing they're being weird. Like if they're being weird, it's because they're trying to do something in a way, and I keep on hearing they're not meaning to be clumsy. They're just overly enthusiastic. So I hope this helps because as it relates to like your space in something, like I keep on seeing that your neutrality in being able to navigate a situation by helping another person see is going to be the value point, right? It's helping another person get a sense of another person's perception on something. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, yeah, like it's like I keep on seeing like I got to point it out. You know, it feels like navigating some kind of cringe point because like when I need to point this like when we are trying to be you ever notice like when we're trying to be cool, we're not worried about other people. Like it's just that space of just kind of like doing what feels like just like doing like just kind of like being cool is like kind of minding your business to a certain extent because like I need to stress this because like you're just working in that context of um like just being like not I need to point this out. Being cool is just not overly reading into things, right? Like it's creating that space of like being chill, like not like just kind of like it's like how do you describe a cool vibration? It's like you don't like you don't worry about yourself so much. You're just energetically friendly. It's like when we start over worrying about ourselves, we become like we become like less cool because we're like constantly like worrying about what another person thinks of us. And so I feel like there's something about this here because like I keep on seeing that there's like two energies around you that are trying to do something in completely different ways. And they keep on looking at each other and being like, why are they being so uncool in the process? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, and that's why I'm seeing that it's really important that you help someone ease into something by giving them a sense of how another person perceives it, you know? And it's funny because I feel like the older energy, you have to say to them, give them a break, right? You have to give them, you have to say to the older energy, give them a break. And for the new energy, you have to say to them, like, don't worry so like don't worry so much. Like don't agonize so much. Don't overread into things is what I'm seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Denise. This message connected to you as well. It's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but we got to 50K. So we're going to be gifting a reading back to the collective. All right, and give me a moment and I'll read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. All right. You're so welcome, Ava. Thank you for confirmation, Denise. Bridget, jealousy in the workplace is real. I do not miss it. I mean, like, it's feeling like there's something here, like it's really giving me something that feels a little like it's a little bizarre. Bridget, I once had a boss tell me I had too many friends at work, aka she wanted to be included. You see, you know what I mean? Like it's like it's something, it's like it's giving me some kind of vibration of someone like tripping over themselves to try to do something when like all they have to do is just take it easy, you know? Oh, hold on a minute. And Holly, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, dear. Being a manager can sometimes be lonely. Oh, absolutely. No, and that's the thing about it. Like you can't like if you're an energetic manager, it's hard to be like it's hard to be included around others for that. Like that's the thing. You understand that you can't. Like that's like welcome to hermit energy. Like there's a part of you that can't be in the same vibration sometimes. Carrie, thank you for sharing the live. I was the manager exactly. Um, she was definitely triggered by my Leo rising self. Yeah, that can happen. You're so welcome, Denise. I hope this helps. And like I keep on seeing like it does it's weird because it feels like a little bit of tug of war energy. Like, and again, if somebody's like, whose side are you on? You're gonna be, I need you to definitely say, I'm on nobody's side. Like you're like, I'm on the side of getting things done, is what I keep on seeing, is like the thing that I keep on amplifying here. Oh, for sure. Thank you for confirmation on that. Yeah. It's like it's not about I keep on hearing it's not about whose side. It's understanding the work. It's like what needs to be worked on, what feels like it's energetically productive. Thank you for confirmation, Sana. All right, we are going to continue right now. Ruby, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for. We are also going to do the 50K giveaway. So Ruby, hold please on asking your question. And we'll continue. I am also going to take a minute. Hold on a minute. I'm also reading over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Okay, and I've got you, Bella. All right, so I see, hold on, we're going to pause. So I see some questions I need to answer for one card. So what we're going to do, I'm going to come back. I'm going to answer some of those one cards I see. We're going to do the 50K giveaway, and I'm going to be doing Ruby's reading. If anyone wants thing on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. I'll be back in just a minute, and we'll continue. Thank you, guys.
All right, where were we? Okay, one moment. All right. All right, where were we? All right, I've got you, Bella. Looks like we're doing a card right now for Bella on healing a witch. Yep, a witch wound. Those are rough, man. All right, can I get one card for Bella, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit. You got two cards coming out. You know what? Sorry, I'm just breathing through it because it's rough. Um, I'm gonna you want to know, like, honestly, I've got a mantra right now for you that's gonna help with the witch wound. I said what I said. I said what I said. Like, honestly, like, there's something about this. Energetic recall is standing in the power of feeling energetic support and relationality to how one feels, right? And coming into that space, like, here's the thing about it with like a lot of those wounds of that nature, it's like builds into that context of feeling like that anxiety of running away, having those spaces, you know we support each other by articulating and standing firm in our convictions, and that ability of being able to say to oneself, I said what I said. I'm not gonna hide how I feel. I'm going to articulate upon it. um it allows for that space, and I keep on hearing it's like your throat chakra. Like, how do you heal a witch wound? Is like, it's like healing your throat chakra. It's not feeling like you have to apologize for yourself. It's like demanding apology. It's like not feeling like you have to apologize for yourself. It's saying you can't speak to me that way, right? It's finding the confidence in the self that allows you the amplification of almost like, again, not apologizing for how you feel, but saying, like, I'll say that a second time to make sure that you heard me, right? Like, it's saying to me, it's like the healing between the heart and the throat chakra, which is saying, I'll say it again because it's important, right? It's not that space of feeling like when someone says, what did you say? And you being like, I'll be happy to say it again, right? It's like finding the confidence to speak from a place of authenticity and standing like, like the space of like building the egoic shield and feeling like that is not just the work of the self, but the work that you do for those around the self as well. Thank you. Bottom of the deck on this reading. I love the fact that I'm like talking about a witch wound as like the sirens are going off. You get like you see, like, oh no, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure if you can hear it on your end, but like that's what I mean. It's like when you feel a lot of that anxiety, be like, yeah, I'll say it again. Like, it's coming into that space that like amplifies or articulates or feels the confidence of saying something that's hard for another person to hear, right? Like, coming through and like, I need to say this, like, when we're in a space of healing, like confidence wounds, saying respectfully, like that ability of navigating through hurt. It's like we like delicacy, the delicacy that we feel is operating in the context of the self to effectively articulate and navigate. um, and what's interesting is like, it's like, I know this is going to sound a little counterintuitive, but not worrying about so much the self in the process, like thinking of it more as the work that you do through spirit. I hope that helps, and thank you so much, Bella, for that beautiful question. I just want to figure out, I just found out what it means, and it makes so much sense trying to navigate being seen. I hope this message helps in that work, Bella, and thank you again. All right, I've got you, Ruby. Hold on a minute. The house was supposed to be mine. Oh, I understand. Oh my goodness, Ruby.
I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Okay, I understand. So make sure again, like, and we're going to be drawing cards for it, but I hope the message of the one card helped in that respect. Rainbow. I think through working through the energetic lessons makes sense. I get it. Yeah, mastery has fewer characters. All right, that's fair. That makes sense. I appreciate that, Heather. And Margie, thank you for those gifts. Ava, thank you for those crowns. So it's sad because I want to renovate for Oasis and because that's what the agreement was. I completely understand, Ruby. Well, I keep on seeing like making sure to articulate upon what was agreed upon is going to be foundational and key in that way. You're so welcome, Ava. Thank you, Empy and Denise. Bridget, yeah, I know. Hold on a minute. And Holly, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Carrie, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right. Thank you as well. What is a witch wound? Yeah, so a witch wound is often described as working through a karmic wound where you're constantly fearing that being your authenticity will lead you to being persecuted, right? And sometimes when we have a lot of like work in past lives where we feel like that's occurred, it can sometimes carry forward into this life where we feel like it's like they're coming for you. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's like a lot of that energy that we often carry that feels like the anxiety of energetic persecution, right? We will be getting into this and other topics at our Hangman class on April 16th. Thank you so much. All right. And thank you, lovely, for sharing the lives. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Looking back, I realized stories my former BFF shared about work friends that seemed like feedback about me. Oh, well, again, I think, Heather, there shouldn't be any situation. I need to stress. I feel like a lot of the healing for you is avoiding these situations. I feel like you're getting in passive aggressive conversations in relationality to being able to have like a productive conversation. You know, like a healthy relationship is not one that's going to require you to have to read between the lines in terms of somebody saying something to give you a note, right? It's just going to be, it's going to be out in the open. So I hope that helps. And lovely, thank you for sharing the live. Her Pluto and Scorpio in the eighth house is exactly conjunct Uranus and Scorpio in the fourth house Libra. And I just keep on seeing that there's something about that there, which is like having to navigate and regulate. Like it's not like, and here's the thing about it that's interesting, Heather. It's not saying that it's not happening. It's that it shouldn't be necessary. I'm happy to do a one card for you, Hannah. All right. Um, Jupiter is in Gemini right now, so just be adaptable. You know, it's not, you know, I keep on hearing the word fluidity keeps on coming through, which is understanding that like fluidity and adaptability, it's not picky unless it's important. But I need to point out when something's important, we can be very adaptable as to how something is done. I keep on hearing, you know, like don't get all twisted up on something that's not super important. If it makes someone feel better to like claim some kind of like small victory on something, like focus on what feels like beneficial, right? Don't get caught like prior like if something else is another person's priority, like let them have it and focus on your own to a certain extent, you know? Same for me, please. Highest priority for Irma. All right. Yeah, especially with this Irma, like honoring your feelings is not just immediately articulating, and this is something that they're saying that you can utilize in conversation or something to embody right now. Um, Honoring your feelings um, is not necessarily requiring the space of inhabiting or understanding that we just feel the things we feel and we share them. It's introspecting on why we feel them, like why they're important. So make sure you're doing that work right now to help identify and recognize like how to move something in a positive way. Yeah, especially like here's the thing. Often those who are like not doing the work of the self will say that they're honoring their feelings just by telling how they feel at every moment. Understanding and recognizing what the feelings are asking for. Emotions are not a burden so long as we bring with them their prescriptions. If we're doing the work to articulate how we feel and what it is that we want to bring forth from it, that is what a productive emotion is. So just avoid those situations where someone is just talking about the feelings that they feel, but not doing the introspection or investigation as to why they feel them. Thank you, Irma. Bella, I love the new mantra, standing in my power by using my voice. Spot on. Thank you. You're so welcome. So glad that helps and sending you support on that journey. I looked it up. Hiding your gifts or witch because of past life persecution. I mean, here's the thing. I know we use the terminology witch, but I think that the reason that we use the terminology witch is it's speaking about any narrative by which we feel that there's something about ourselves that we need to keep from the world for fear of energetic persecution because of it. So, and again, that can be that's often there, it's very frequently tied to the throat chakra because it's like having to work through spaces of authenticity, right? Feeling the confidence to articulate and state who you are. All right. Yes, the sign. No, I was like, the sirens like hit at like such a perfect point. I was like, cue the siren. I'm like, you're worried they're coming. I was like, you're worried they're coming for you. The sirens go. I was like, yeah, like that's a good example. One, two, three. When you're talking about sirens, I love it. You can't make it up. Yes, I just realized I'm a walking witch wound. You know, it happens to the best of us. You know, sometimes we carry that shadow work over. Learning to say it louder for the people in the back. Tap to claim Bella. It was a beautiful message. You're so welcome, dear. It helped. I just want more thorough advice because it's really important to me. No, I see it. It's a quagmire. Well, I'm happy to draw cards for you on it, dear. Gosh, how do you navigate a witch wound when your fight or flight goes through the roof? No, I mean, that's welcome to Shadow Work 101. I mean, Bridget, like, it's understanding that that's probably connected, right? It's like having to heal from trauma. 100%. Thank you, Grace. Work friends are tough. Yeah, it's so weird, right? It can be pack mentality. You know, that like that's the thing that's odd about work environments, right? And again, I like to think about like fostering one that feels like it's healthy. You know, you're so welcome, Hannah. I'm a Gemini. Oh, Gemini sun. You get that then. You know, it's giving me like superpowers activate, you know? It feels like it's about my friendship with Fiona. It makes a lot of sense. I hope this helps. Like, I deeply hope that that helped with that. Bella, when I read about witch wounds, my mind was like, yeah, it really helped me understand some fears. I think it's a very important, um, it's very challenging, right? And for those who experience them, it's hard because often a witch wound makes it hard to feel the sense of feeling secure in existing in your authenticity, right? It's something to be faced, embraced, um, gently is like the best way. And you can't force someone on that, right? You can't force someone on it. It's like you have to honor each other's journeys along the way. Thank you for sharing the live, Hannah. You're so welcome, Irma. I am definitely going to be reading into this now. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you guys took a note from here. Grace, unconditional love allows for growth and expansion. Ideologies to accept another. Tap to claim, Grace, with the banger. Absolutely. Sometimes it's the fourth F. F it. I love it. Yay, superpowers activate. Exactly. I was able to give me some very valuable info. I'm very glad to hear that, Bella. It's rough stuff. Divine day to you as well, Diva. All right, so I'm going to give away, we're going to do right now, we're at 56K likes. Thank you guys for helping us reach that goal. I am going to be giving away a reading. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. So I am going to think of a number right now between, bum, bum, bum. I'm going to think of a number right now between 1 and 1 and 55. First person I see the post number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. No. Adina! My dear, you got it. Congratulations. Yay! We will be doing that again when we get to 50K. And guys, make sure you give Adina a follow. An absolutely beautiful podcast with them just a few months ago. You can find it over on my Substack in the collaborations and features section, or you can head over to Adina's page. Dang, before it was out of your mouth. I love it. You're on point today, Adina. Hope you're doing well. Excellent. It was very fast. Adina's like, boom. Thank you guys. All right. So, Adina, you'll be read for after Ruby. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. And just a reminder, when we get to 100K, we'll be doing another giveaway. So make sure you guys are tapping that screen. We'll be getting to 100K in no time. In the meantime, if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. All right. Can I please have, okay, so Ruby, it sounds to me like there's something there. It sounds to me like there's some work that you're doing in terms of how to navigate forward from the situation that you just articulated. Is that correct? Yep, I got you, dear. All right. Can I please get 4 cards for Ruby? Highest priority messages from Spirit in relationality to navigating some circumstances or situations. I mean, I think that there's something, I keep on hearing a message that's coming through to a certain extent that has to do, like, I keep on hearing there's something really important to be navigated as it relates to um, good fences make good neighbors. You know, when we're in a space that we care about each other, we honor our agreements to one another, right? And I feel like there's some kind of circumstance or situation here that um, if there's something about some kind of agreement that was made between you and another person, and in that moment of effectively or energetically honoring that agreement, they're suddenly in the context of trying to change, like articulate or change the situation or circumstances. They're saying that more than anything, the lesson that you have to take from that is that that is someone that doesn't honor agreements. They don't honor verbal agreements. Um, so they're saying that you might want to look at a situation by which you're effectively, like, you're adaptable in so much as you're able to articulate um like what you can offer to make something easier for another, but they're saying that you have to do something that feels like it's more energetically rigid, right? Like you have to do something that doesn't allow for the context by which they can verbally say um you know that they'll change something, because again it says to me like you've got a guide on your you've got a you've got like one of your guides that's saying, you know, energy, like, energy, we give someone, I keep on hearing, we give someone the benefit of the doubt, like until there is, and then if they don't honor, like if they're not in a space of honoring that, then we do something where doubt isn't isn't going to be effectively conditional. So I just keep on seeing like it feels hard because it feels like energy that is pressing on your boundaries. It feels like a situation of trying to say that there's extenuating circumstances that should change something that you verbally agreed to. And so they're saying that the lesson to take away from that is you cannot trust someone. Like, don't let the situation change the circumstances. They're saying, like, you can't effectively trust that another person, what they say is what they'll hold to, because all they're saying is like, they're saying that it's not an exclusion point, that they're effectively articulating and showing the fact that there's something here, that there's a flimsiness, there's like a flimsiness in being able to hold the energetic boundary point. So they're saying that you might be able to be in a condition wherein you can be more adaptable. You can give someone like a little bit of some kind of extension here, but they're saying like you have to do something that's firmer, like firmer than the mouth here, like firmer than them, because they've shown you and saying like, okay, I can agree to this, but this time we're not doing it by means of an agreement. We're doing it by means of like tangibility, to effectively allow for whatever it is that you create between you, to hold them to the energetic connection commitment they're making in the midst of asking for something that is different. I do want to give you a bottom of the deck information, just something to keep in mind going forward. Again, I keep on hearing, there's something to be said. I keep on seeing that there's something to be said. Um, Navigating hardship is recognizing the hardship that we put on another person, right? The ability, I keep on hearing like the ability, like we compassion does not require compassion in every way and other degree, because you have to put the compassion of the self. It's not selfish of you to be compassionate, because I keep on hearing your compassion should not require you to be an energetic doormat for another person, right? Like a healthy energetic situation or circumstance is one that appreciates what we give to one another, but doesn't expect and demand it. So I'm seeing that even here, it's like they're saying, like, I keep on hearing, you can lead with compassion, but still not be blind to what you are seeing is occurring, right? You can offer someone, I see even now, like, you can offer to be compassionate, but almost saying, like, understanding that there's something about them, like, like, there's something like you have to say, like, in a way, like, what's really happening right now. And they're saying, make no mistake, this is someone that's breaking your trust, right? Like, what's really happening is not something where you're not being compassionate, but someone breaking your trust may be trying to say to you, you're not being compassionate in the midst of breaking your trust. So don't feel like your compassion should negate the fact that they have broken your trust. So your ability of identifying and recognizing that and doing something that again puts that trust outside of them is almost helping them stay, like, it's actually saying to me it's protecting a relationship, because it's not putting the weight of the love between you on them, holding, like, trying to utilize your compassion to break their trust, like to break your trust of them in the process, right? And that's why I keep on hearing it's like lead with compassion, but only to a point. Be energetically understanding, but also coming into that place of saying that you're not going to navigate their fickleness, because this is a situation of someone being fickle. They're not sticking to what they said they would articulate and do. So they're saying, like, you don't have to allow your compassion to erase the fact that that is occurring. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ruby. And if this question, and if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Just keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person on the list for today is Adina. Adina, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And also, if anyone wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. Okay. Yep. Thank you for confirmation, Ruby. Notarizing something we talked about. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm seeing. Like you've learned, like they're saying, like you can be compassionate, but also take the lesson. You can understand the fact that they're not in a space where you can trust them to hold to the stabilization point in terms of what they're saying. So I'd say that there's a confirmation on that. Thank you as well, Grace, for receiving these messages. Lovely. Thank you for sharing the live. Happy to read for you on that, Adina. You're so welcome, dear. Hardy, I'm sending you support on that journey as well, dear. Okay. So it's interesting because it's a very unique way that I see that you phrase that to a certain extent, Adina. Are you looking for like, are we talking more in the realm of like soul contract kind of work? Is that what we're talking about? Like the understanding, like when you say, is that your question? Oh, romantic. Okay, cool. I understand. All right. Got you. All right. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding the question, Adina. So I feel like, okay, I'm getting, yeah, yeah, okay. All right, I've got it. Okay. Can I please get, yes. Here's the thing, Adina. I keep on seeing something in relationality to this. It feels like you've got a wound here. Like there's a wound here that needs to be explored. I'm gonna draw 4 cards in it. Can I get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages from spirit, please. Highest priority messages from spirit. Hi there, Amber. How are you doing? All right. Actually, yeah, 3. Sorry. Okay, so I think that there's something they're saying to me. Um, there's something really valuable and important that I'm recognizing and identifying in relationality to um, this is you have to look at something like a wound that you're carrying, and they're saying to me that, and because I keep on hearing, I hear there's someone around you that's saying, why is something so important for you? And I need to describe this. Not everything does not have, I keep on hearing like things do not, everything, nothing, I need to point this out. Things do not have um, intrinsic meaning. It is the feeling of security and safety that something creates that makes the value of something energetically intrinsic. And there's something really important that I'm recognizing and identifying in relationality to some kind of experience in the past that feels like the ability to identify and articulate upon something is having to do with something that makes, and I need to describe this, an item of intrinsic value, okay, is intrinsic not because what it is, but because of what it represents to the self. And that can often be the identification point of something that is in an emotional, spiritual, or physical space. And I keep on seeing that there's something about this wound in the past that you're working to regulate through that has to do, and it's very interesting. There are no coincidences. There's something really valuable and important to navigate about the reading prior to having your reading. What was the reading prior to having your reading about? It was working through another individual who was experiencing a wound. They're in the process of having a trust wound occurring, right? So the reading that we just had prior to this one is also integrated into your reading, because we saw the fact that through Ruby's reading, Ruby is working through the context where there is a trust wound that is actively forming. And how is the trust wound that they were experiencing actively forming? Somebody that articulated something, a verbal commitment, right? That at the time of moving towards it, they're now pulling back upon, right? So it's very important because they're saying that something about looking towards Ruby's reading is informing your reading, because that is literally the ambiguation point. It is the clarification point of what it looks like to have a wound of form that occurs in the moment where we sometimes have that emotional space of someone that commits to something that they don't have the intention of following through on. So there's something really beautiful there, because they're saying that I feel like I keep on hearing that there's some kind of energy around you, the fact that you're fixing on something that is very fundamental and important for you. And so they're saying that the solution to be found in relationality to navigating um, a wound of that is having to explain to another why something is so intrinsic to you. So, for instance, if these are circumstances or situations when you're saying to someone, like, look, this agreement or something that I want with you, it's not coming through in a space that I don't trust you, right? It's having to articulate to another person and saying, look, I want you to understand it's not coming from a place of personal. I'm not saying this because I expect something negative to you, but coming through in the space of saying, I want you to say this to someone, like saying, like, I'm going through a path work where I'm recovering from some heavy trauma. I'm feeling there's something that occurred to my in my past, right, where someone articulated one thing but did not follow through on that energetic commitment. So moving forward, this is something that I aspire and desire to receive, because it creates the space of me feeling emotionally, physically, or spiritually secure. Now, how another navigates that, and I think that this is really important. If there's something there that feels like it's energetically fundamental, if you don't feel safe, seen, or supported without something of that like magnitude between you and another individual, even in the context of a romantic relationship, it's also understanding that your adaptability, that might not be for everyone, right? Not taking it energetically personally. They're saying even now, like, there's a lot of that space that says that, um, and this is what we talk about when we talk about personal path work, right? Personal path work doesn't mean, oh, I do something. That means everybody around me has to accept it and fall in agreement to it. It's understanding and saying, this is what works for me. Like that path work, it's going to protect you from anyone that isn't in alignment to you, right? And there's going to be some energy that says that's too much. It's too severe, right? I'm not invested in something like that. And so your own ability of not taking that personally, I want you to understand and recognize that rejection is not rejection. So long as we're not holding on to something too tightly that isn't important to us, that ability of understanding and recognizing and defining, doing that work on the self, doing that sense of like doing that work. Like, again, I feel like a lot of that healing that's coming across to you in that context is healing from the perception, like um, is healing from the falsitude of rejection, because anything that isn't in alignment to following that path work, that's just moving away from you, right? If that feels like it is too much, If that feels like someone that looks at that and says that it's too demanding, well, then that creates the space of you understanding and saying, like, rejection is an illusion, and anyone that is in alignment to me is going to embrace that with a sense of agreement. But I keep on seeing it feels like it's rough territory, because I do see that there's some kind of there's some kind of experience here that I keep on hearing, and I'm not sure where this is. I got the sense of someone around you that's trying to come into the context of having another experience, that is trying to articulate and saying that, um, you know, like I like, and this is what's hard about it. It's like I see someone that doesn't feel as energetically, intrinsically connected to it, right? Like I see a situation of someone that's near you that's almost amplifying and saying that they don't see the intrinsic value that you hold to something that feels immaterial to them, right? So that's why I keep on seeing the solution, everything you need to know. And I need to point this out. Energy, good connection, okay? Good connection does not require us to believe the same intrinsic things. It requires us to understand the significance that we hold to different things, right? Because in that observational point and being able to communicate, everything you need to know, I keep on hearing about a strong connection, is based upon and built upon another person's empathy as it relates to the intrinsic connection you have to something that is energetically material, right? And that is effectively being able to honor the space of something that another person might not hold in a place of seeing in the same way, but understanding that it is energetically sacred to you. So I hope this helps, because it says to me that something here is able to be solved, but it's requiring you to be able to articulate why something has so much. I want you to describe it, like why something has so much magic to you, why something another person sees as like flat feels like it is dimensional, because that's almost what I see that's happening between you and another person. I see one person being like, that's nothing, it's just flat, it's not material, it doesn't matter. And I see you saying, no, there's magic in it. And they're saying that the reason that it's magic is because it's catharsis to you, because it's healing from something that happened in the past, wherein again someone promised something with words and didn't energetically deliver upon it. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with the King of Pentacles, right? Like it's not, and I keep on seeing, it's not, it's not immaterial, it's intrinsic, right? Like having to say to another person, it's not the fact that something holds meaning. Meaning is something we put into something. So if you're feeling like you're having a disparity between you and another person, I don't want you to look at that as a failing on their part. I want you to say everything you need to know about a person is going to be found in you articulating upon the intrinsic nature that something holds and whether they're receptive to it. Because when something is intrinsically important to us, right? I'll point this out. You and I might not believe the same things, but if you're telling me something that is important to you, I can sit in the space of understanding and recognizing the intrinsic value that you hold towards it, and vice versa. So they're saying even now, make sure that you're paying attention to another's ability to understand the intrinsic nature of something, because that'll tell you how much they'll honor the sacredness of a connection. Because I'll tell you right now, in situations like we know this in healthy connection, we don't have to be in lockstep at every moment, but it's understanding and recognizing what's important to another that helps us shape that form of love. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Adina. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, being Samilayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today, we're actually doing at the list. If you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. Also, we're doing a giveaway if we get to 100K likes. I'm also doing a final call right now for one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled today, go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to pull a card for you. If you'd like to become a subscriber, just hit that subscribe button and I'll also be happy to pull cards for you today. And also, if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you becoming a member there will also entitle you to a free card today. All right. And just bear with me a moment as I read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You're so welcome, Ruby. That something is that, hold on, just curious. I had a past life reading done and want to understand what it's trying to show me. Is that something you can read for? Absolutely. So the way I have to point this out, the way I approach past lives is I'm not going to get really caught up on, you know me, I'm not going to get caught up on the details. I'm not the type of person that's going to tell you who you were. I'm going to tell you what the past path work was. I'm going to tell you what the lessons were that you were learning and what you effectively carried over. So I just want to stress that. I am not, if you are always, if you're invested in getting like the full details of a past life regression, I would always direct you. I know some absolutely fantastic past life regression specialists. But if you're looking to understand the key themes about the path work where you left something off, what the challenges were, and what you're bringing into this life, I'm always up to do that part. Okay, I hope that helps. I always like to clarify, much like I tell you, if you're looking for a good astrologer, I can suggest really great astrologers. But again, it's the same thing with past lives. I hope that helps. Yes. Hi there, Amber. How are you doing today? Welcome. Yes, thank you. I want to quote you on my oh, what are you trying to quote for her? What did I miss? Um, yes, and yeah, she said notary. Fake, yeah, fake, yeah, there you go. A fake promise. And again, like that's the idea. Like a fake ring is often the symbology of a fake promise, right? It's a pay it forward day. Yes. That's not necessary. You'll be a legacy beyond it. Oh, you guys are beautiful with each other. And thank you, Marco, for the follow. Denise, thank you for sharing the live. Hold on a moment. Yes, Bella, I hope you know what an absolute blessing you are. So grateful to be here. Thank you, Bella. That means a lot to me. I do my best. And thank you for being here and being a part of the collective. I got you, Heather. Hold on a minute. All right. One moment. Can I please get one card for Heather on love, please? One card for Heather on love. Okay. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit for Heather. Again, here's the thing. Like, there's something really important that's coming through. Feelings are not direction. Direction is direction. Don't let someone confuse extolling feelings to be giving clarity. Neptune moving, like here's the thing. This is what I like about Neptune transiting into Aries. Neptune transiting into Aries says you can have feelings and also provide direction. It's not an either or. It's like it can be both, is what I keep seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Like again, there's Neptune, right? Like Neptune, I love this because when energy is like, I'm trying to tell you how you feel, energy, this is why like Neptune's got two cups. Like you can talk about your feelings and also provide direction, right? So thank you for that message and thank you for being here to receive those messages, Heather. One card for Crystal, please, on their person. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. What the? All right, I'm going to read all three because, I honor. 4. This is what? What is this? What is this? Here's the like. This is. I feel like I see someone trying to get to the bottom of how they feel about you and recognizing, like, dude, like when we trigger someone, like, when we get triggered, like we're like, I gotta stress this. When we do trigger, like this is like, often when another person's triggered, the best we can do is step away until they get it. Like this is saying to me that like I see someone recognizing and identifying that they have work to do because they've got an intimacy wound. And it says to me like it's kind of intimacy wound where understanding that sometimes, you know, Like when someone's trying to get close to us, if we haven't healed an intimacy wound, when someone tries to get close to us, it'll feel like a threat. Like, that's what I'm getting. That's the hot takeaway here. When someone we haven't healed an intimacy wound and someone's trying to get close to us, it feels like a threat. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, that's not something that you can control. That's something that they need to heal from, right? It's like it's giving me a lot of that, and so just make don't let someone project something onto you. Make sure someone understands where the work is. You're welcome, Crystal. Oh, Stray's back. What's up, dear? Stray, here's the thing. I try to leave it open for you to come back. You come back in here like day after day. You got a lot of upsetness. You got a lot of anger. You project it in the chat. You just come in here and you throw insults. I'm not sure what I've done. I'm not sure what I trigger in you to upset you. I hope you find the healing. I'm going to say the same thing I say all the time. You're welcome to stay if you can be polite. There's obviously something here that you feel drawn to because you wouldn't be coming back every day to hurl insults if there wasn't something here that you found compelling. So you're welcome to stay. You're welcome to communicate in the chat so long as you do so in a positive, productive way. Thank you. And I hope that helps. Yes. Hold on a minute, dear. Yes, I'm looking into why it's relevant for this life. Feels like I'm meant to unlock it now. Well, as I said, Bridget, I'm happy to do readings on that. I'm always happy to do the past life work because I think it's always important to recognize where we left off to help us move forward on our journeys. So if you ever want to have a reading like that, I'm always willing to do so here. You're so welcome, Amber. Thank you. I'll have to put it in the context and get a reading on it when I do. Anytime you want to, dear. You're so welcome, Heather. We have so many wounds, witch, abandonment, intimacy. I know, and they're all different. They all require different things, right? A witch wound requires us to speak from a place of authenticity. Abandonment, learning how to stay when we feel like we want to run away. Intimacy, learning it's safe to open up to vulnerability. It's like, which chakra are you working on? You're so welcome, Crystal. Hi there, Bridget. Amber. Hold on. Yes, that was the reading for my connection with Simon because I didn't hear my name, but that resonates. I'm so glad that this message connected to you as well. Maybe they have a witch wound. Yes. Beautifully said, Bridget. Maybe they were on a persecution side, threatened by the divine source. And here's the thing, I'm not going to amplify another, if someone's trying to play out a persecution narrative, I'm not going to entertain it here. I've got no hard feelings to anyone. Anyone is welcome to stay here so long as you're kind to others in the process. And that's not I don't want to block anybody, but if you can't be nice, then you have to go away. If those are the conditions that you can't meet to stay in this space, well, I can't help you. You know what I mean? I can't help you. That sounds like something you got to work on and heal your heart and come back here. If that's all I'm asking for, heal your heart and come on back when you're feeling better, Yep. Thank you guys. We love you enough for the ones who don't. Double down on love. There you go. Tap to claim. All right. So second call right now for anyone who would like to get on the list. Also for anyone who is a subscriber who not had a one card reading today yet. If you would like to become a subscriber, you just hit my name at the bottom you hit the subscribe button at the bottom of the screen and I'll be happy to pull a card for you. I got you, Amber. One card on my new connection with that person. Can I have one card, please, for Amber? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Oh, man, you intimidate them like crazy. They like your brain. Like your brain. They like your brain. I feel like there's something about this here. I feel like there's somebody trying to go out of their way to impress you. It feels like, yeah, they're it's here's the thing, sometimes when someone's intimidated by us, they can try to play it off, be really cool. If they're being confusing, I feel like it's someone trying to be cool, but you've gotten under their skin. I feel like it's someone trying to work to impress you in some way, but it feels I see someone being I don't want to blow this. You know what I mean? You know, I'm smart too. They want to get in that brain. It's cute. No, it's cute. Like see someone that's kind of I don't know, like I just hear them being like, like they're like impressed by a little intimidated. Thank you. All right, my friends, final call right now for one card readings for subscribers. If you're a subscriber and haven't had a card pulled, yeah, like how do I approach this exactly, Nikki? Amber, yeah, I see him as going through intimacy wound because going through separation. But and here's the thing about it, like I also see it like I see like I see someone's like saying like the timing is off, but the timing's not off. Like I see someone struggling with that. Like there's a lot of this like I keep on hearing someone being like, I'm like, you've caught me at a really odd time in my life. But like it's keep on hearing like it's energy being like, I don't want you to get the wrong idea. Like I keep on hearing someone saying like it's not what it looks like kind of energy, like not wanting to be misunderstood is what I see, you know? I hope that helps, Amber. All right. It seems like they want to approach, but I mean, like I see someone like trying to work on the self and being like, like I like almost trying to say like it feels like be patient with me. I'm not like I'm in the like it's like it's giving me a lot of that kind of beat. It's so funny because they're successful. Like, wow, that's awesome. That's great. But that's the thing about it that I think is interesting is like I feel like there's someone who's like they're looking for someone that like gets them is what I keep on seeing. Like that's what I see is like I keep on seeing like that's why I keep on seeing like it's like I heard someone being like I have a crush on your brain. You know what I mean? All right, my friends, final call right now. And that makes a lot of sense in terms of what I was seeing. Final call right now for anyone who would like one card reading who's a subscriber. If you're a subscriber and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you'd like to become a subscriber, just hit my name at the bottom of the screen, hit that subscribe button. Also, if you are following us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also become a member there and also have a card pulled. Amber, I always wanted to be loved, my brain and soul, not how I look and beautiful. You're welcome, dear. I keep on seeing someone's like looking for like a connection. Like there's like that's what they're looking for. Like there's something about that. Absolutely. Keep us up. We all want the tea. We all want the tea, Amber. All right, my friends. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Just a reminder, if you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up today later on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on Spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. For anyone who became a subscriber today, hello, welcome to the collective. If you'd like, you can head over to our subscriber only Discord channel. Be sure to introduce yourself there. Also, if you go to our perk section, there is a coupon code there that will give you an additional discount to our Tarot Church class program over on Substack. Also, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today. We will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, head over to my profile. There's a little bell there. Activating that bell will turn on notifications. You can also head over to the calendar. There's an actual event there. You can turn on the notifications for that event to make sure you're doubly notified, because I know sometimes this app does not like to put out the notifications as to when I've gone live. So the best way to know if I've gone live is to make sure that you register directly for the event. I also post it over on the place where we keep the photos. I would love it if you guys could give me a follow over on the place where we keep the photos, because I'd love to offer subscription over on the place where we keep the photos, but they ask for a really high amount of people to follow you in order to do so. So I would appreciate that. Also, if you're going to follow me, make sure that you do so via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio, because I know that there's a lot of profiles that pretend to be me. Remember, I will never reach out to you for readings. And if you want to make sure to follow me across the platforms, the best way to do it is my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. You guys made me laugh and smile so much because it was like, I don't think he's I'm glad these messages helped, Amber. Hi there, Bridget. Again, thank you guys so much. And listen, thank yourselves for being here. Thank you for this collective. Thank you for all you do here every day for each other. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing your time with me today. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the world to me, and the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another, and we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.